Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Hope you all are doing well. We do not know whom we are hearing from today. We are here for the Cult Mom Conspiracy Trial, Day 5. What is left is the medical examiner, some officers, the life insurance company. Remember, Lori called the Monday after saying it was an accidental shooting and she was the beneficiary, neither of which ended up to be true. Charles had changed his beneficiary to his sister Kay Woodcock when he saw Lori's crazy going on and he was worried for his life. So, good morning to all of you. It should be interesting today again. We saw Lori last week interview her sibling, Adam Cox. Very odd exchange, in my opinion. When did you see me last? What were we eating? It was very strange. Her questioning is interesting, to say the least, in my opinion. We also saw her interview Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's sister, who is the recipient of the $1 million life insurance. Also, JJ Vallow's biological mother, and JJ was murdered by Vallow and her husband. They are both convicted of it, along with Tylee Ryan, Lori's other daughter, and Kathy Daybell, Chad Daybell's first wife. Chad is on death row now in Idaho, and Lori is here in Arizona. She was extradited here for conspiracy and murder, conspiracy to commit murder against her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, who her brother shot and murdered. He claimed it was self-defense. I watch Colby all the time. Yes, I do. I watch Colby all the time, her son, on his channel. So, um, he is her only existing child remaining. I feel so terrible for him, but he does that. He seems to have a very good support system in his remaining family members. Very heartbreaking. I don't know if Lori is going to take the stand, but if she does, it's interesting because she can choose two routes. If she does decide to take the stand, she can either go on and allow her second counsel to question her, or she's allowed to go up there with a narrative. Now, I choose, she'll choose too. um, she enjoys that stuff. I have a feeling she will enjoy a narrative while on the stand, that center stage, right? Panda Bear's mom, thank you so much for your 5 months of support. Yay. Thank you for Jay for all you do. Love ya. Love you back, my friend. And your cute little pooch. Very cute. Hey, Castle, how you doing? Reserve Glitchin, Christina, Sassy, 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 I see ya. Robin, Ocean Joy, Brandy the 13. Hey, Car Guy, how you doing? I'm catching up on my emails. I saw Car Guy. I saw your email. Thank you. I'm catching up on emails. I will be getting back to you all. Thank you all so much. So I think it'll be really interesting. Hi, Mary Harris. I really do think that she will, in my opinion, give like a soliloquy, her own little performance speech. That's what I think she will do. Now, she has the other choice of going on the stand and letting her assisting counsel question her. So we will see what happens with that. But this week, today what we're looking for is medical examiners maybe on, law enforcement, and the life insurance company. So those are coming up. And we are at 11 moments. I am just going to mute myself for a second, heat up my coffee, and I'll be right back. Get your coffee, get your teas, get your snacks, get your breakfast, whatever you need. And I'll be back here in 60 seconds. Okie dokes. So in week 1, we saw opening statements from Lori and prosecutor Trina Kay. We also saw, I'm trying to think of how many witnesses. We saw 12, the state called 12 witnesses in 4 days. Okay. 12 witnesses in 4 days. Yes, please hit your thumbs up as you enter. So appreciate it. We saw Adam Cox, friend Christina Applegate, Kay Woodcock. I mean, this case, if you really think about it, this case has gone truly from Arizona. This case went all across the United States, Arizona into Idaho. Then they went to Hawaii, then back to Idaho. Now they're back in Arizona. It's just unbelievable. And so many people not alive that got in their path. Tammy Daybell, they're both convicted of her death. JJ, 7 years old. Tylee, 16. Kay Woodcock, who was on the stand this past week, was the recipient, the beneficiary of Charles' $1 million life insurance policy that Lori called the Monday after he was accidentally shot and claimed to be the beneficiary, where they shared with her that she was not. Okay. Lori was very obsessed in her opening statements with the phrase, "the evidence will show." Remember, she argued that Alex shot Charles in self-defense and that self-defense is not a crime. She ended her opening statements by saying she had shared all the tragedies, all the things that had happened, and she also said family tragedy is not a crime. Why did one of them go against Brandon Cox? Does anyone know? Do you mean Brandon Boudreaux, Truth for Us? Are you referring to Brandon Boudreaux? Let's see. So we had 12 witnesses last week. Just amazing. In the first 4 days, remember, we have 13 men on the jury, 3 women. Lori would probably like it that way, right? We discussed that. She enjoys the attention. She believes she's very mesmerizing with the men. So I'm sure that she enjoyed getting 13 men on there, right? That was probably her goal, thinking that they will all believe her and side with her. So she said self-defense is not a crime. And we heard a little bit about the testimony from Adam, who was expecting, he flew into town for an intervention. They were worried about Lori. An intervention. They were going to, with the bishop or something of the church, let the bishop aware of what was going on, whether they were going to audio record it or not. Adam was supposed to stay with Alex Cox's brother when he flew into town from Texas. And this was July 10th, the day before Charles. I'm sorry, did I say? I'm sorry. Charles, forgive me. Adam came in on July 10th, and they were going to do their intervention. He was going to stay with Alex, but Alex never answered his calls. Alex went over to Lori's home to spend the night with a duffel bag filled with a gun and ammunition and a trash bag of clothing. Adam thought it was very strange. He couldn't get a hold of Alex. He ended up going and staying at his mom's home. He had told Lori the next morning he would be there at 7:35 to pick JJ up and go to school. JJ was the son that they had adopted together. He autistic and was 7 years old at the time he disappeared, was murdered. So Charles, they knew he was coming at 7:35 to the Chandler home. They also knew he was someone who was very punctual. When Charles pulled up to the Chandler home, he messaged Adam Vallow, Lori's brother, who was on the stand this past week. And I'll get to what happened when he come here. When Charles got to the house, he messaged Adam and said, Alex is here. And Adam said on the stand this week that that was odd, and he said they're up to something. Well, sadly, he found out his brother-in-law, Charles Vallow, had been shot and killed by Googling it. He heard it from someone, like a news article on TV, and then Googled the information and found out. Also, same with Kay Woodcock. No one called and told her brother had been killed. They Googled it. Just terrible. Just so terrible. Oh, thank you, Truth for Us. So, allegedly with Brandon Boudreaux, who will be the trial following this one, a conspiracy to kill him as well. He is alive. He was married to Lori's niece, Melanie. And Brandon came home one day and was shot at. And they believe it to be Alex Cox because it was the vehicle that Alex Cox had been driving. They have footage of Alex and Lori taking a tire off that vehicle, putting it into a storage unit. Lots of very damning information. And so that trial's coming up. And she is being charged with the conspiracy to kill Brandon also, who is alive. But his wife, Melanie, had beat it to Idaho with Lori and the kids and Alex and everyone. So we'll learn more about that. But there were a couple of things I wanted to also catch you up on. Her friends, Lori very much pummeled her friends because, she's a fanatic. She's branched off from the LDS or Mormon religion. They've gone way beyond what she believes. They say the Mormons don't believe. And so she's trying to get her friends to, were we praying the whole weekend? They're talking about their weekend away. No. Well, she just got her to say, how many times did we pray? Once? Yes, probably. So she's just trying to prove was trying to get it out that she wasn't a religious fanatic. I find her level of questioning, I don't know. I guess I find her level of questioning obviously not digging as deep or asking the questions that she could be asking yet. Well, you've heard her. Do you know me? Have we seen each other? What were we eating the last time we saw each other, Adam? Weren't we eating my enchiladas since? And he says, I don't know. Well, isn't that what I always make when the family gathers? That kind of questioning. And it's a very strange line of questioning. However, if her case is on appeal in Idaho. So this is an important guilty verdict to come. We need that because that preserves her verdict in Idaho. If they were to overturn her sentencing, her verdict, and want to release her, oops, hold on. And want to release her, slim chance, a guilty verdict in Arizona would apparently protect the Idaho guilty verdict. And also, Chad is facing the death penalty, so he is facing the firing squad in Idaho, just like Brian Kohlberger maybe, if he is indeed charged and found guilty. We are about to begin any minute. They're starting, remember, a little early today at 10 a.m. to take care of some court business. What scared? Oh, my dog. I'm sorry. Sorry, Sassy. So welcome into everyone, and I hope you had a great weekend. They are this. Oh, Pamela, you are so sweet. We had a good reunion over the weekend. Welcome in, Pamela. Thank you. That's so kind. Gifting 5 Crime Time Buzz memberships this morning. If you receive them, please thank Pamela and join us Saturdays. 1 p.m. Eastern is what we shoot for. Last Saturday, we met up a little later because we had done a live. but we had a wonderful information we shared. We really do learn a lot. We talk a lot. I think this weekend's live is going to be a call-in show, so you all can ask questions. So Members Live, Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern, be there. And for those of you who are here now, thank you for being here. Hit that thumbs up. I appreciate all of you. Hey, Jen in Georgia. Hey, NJs. Sassy. Maria, Whispering Winds. Car Guy. Thanking my mods right now for being here. I appreciate you. Hi, Christine Alaska. Panda Bear's mom. Hello, hello. Castle, Reserve Glitchin, Christine Alaska. Appreciate you. Hi, Ocean Joy, Granny to 13. So good to see you all. Really, really is. And we're going to see what happens now. There could be a chance. There could be a chance. I think we have 8 or 9 more to see. Let me actually Google so I can give you the specifics. We have 9 witnesses left to testify. So we'll go over a little bit of who is still coming. Oh, today is the biggest crowd they've seen yet, they're saying there. People have flown in from Utah and New Mexico. Wow. Sorry, I got sidetracked on that. Okay, Colby Ryan's there right now. Rexburg police officers Ray Hermosillo and Eric Wheeler are there in the gallery. Remember, the trial starting early, 30 minutes early today. There's 9 witnesses left to testify. And here is who is left. We have Chandler police officers Nathan Duncan, Jason Hunsacker, Nathan Moffett, Ariel Werther, Cassandra Inclan. Department of Public Safety, Jeff Moberg. The medical examiner, Dr. Derek Baumgardner. Office of Inspector General, Mark Siri, and Banner Life Insurance, Robin Smith Scott. That is who is left. That is who is shown left for the state's witnesses today. Now, Lori's rough list of witnesses for the defense, which once the state finishes with their 9 witnesses, then once they rest, because Lori will cross-examine them and then they can redirect. Once the state rests, Lori's defense begins. She is on her own defense list, so she will most likely testify. And like I said, she has 2 choices: to ask her assisting counsel could ask her questions and she will answer them on the stand, or she can give a narrative, a little speech. And I think those of you who know Lori probably know which way she's going to go. I think she'll lean toward the speech. Then she has written down on her defense witnesses, any and all individuals who have spoken with any witness. That's her list. Custodian of records for any and all exhibits. Nate Eaton, who was struck. Brandon Boudreau was also struck without prejudice. Vaisa Itahunia, which is spelled Vaisia, Vaisia Italthunia. Gabrielle Bonilla, Joseph Pongratz, Ashlyn Rind, Barry Cox, Zachary Cox, Adam Cox, Janice Cox, and Summer Shiflett. So we'll be seeing Adam again. That is her list. That's funny that she says any and all individuals who have spoken with any witness, custodian of records for any and all evidences, exhibits. So we'll see what's going on there. We're just waiting for them to begin. I'm just trying to get the live updates for you as they're standing there. So good to know that it's filling up now, that they're saying they're going to start in 15 minutes. Waiting area is packed today. People flying in from Utah, Idaho, New Mexico. Wow. It's a big case, my friends. And we are here to watch it as a family. And I appreciate you being here with me. I'm trying to share with you something. There we go. That's what I was trying to get back to. So also we had last week, let's go over a few things from last week for those who are just joining us. We had Nancy Jo Hancock, who had gone on a date with Charles the night before Charles was killed. And boy, was that an exchange between Lori and the woman. Lori kept saying, well, what were you talking about? What? She was almost like a jealous wife, to be honest with you. Hi, YouTuber. She was almost like a jealous wife in her questioning. If you agree with that, put a 1 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. She's like, so what else did you say about me? And the lady Nancy Jo was awesome. She said, don't flatter yourself. We didn't spend the whole time talking about you. So she provided testimony. Lori cross-examined her with quite a bit of, quite a bit of snide in her tone. Let me put it that way, okay? Quite a bit of snide remarks in her tones. When Adam was up, like I said, it was very odd. They were planning an intervention, Charles and Adam, like I told you. And instead of an intervention, Charles came into town, couldn't find Alex. He was with Lori. When he arrived that morning, he told Adam that they thought it was very strange. They were intervening in her fanatical religious beliefs, thinking people were zombies, that Charles was no longer Charles, that someone had possessed his body named Ned. Very strange. Thank you, Patricia Prater. Good to see you. Very, very strange. So, and then Kay, so sad to see her tears on the stand last week. It's very sad. Very sad what this family has gone through. So many of their own have passed away. So many of their own. And Colby Ryan, the only existing child of Lori Vallow, trying to live a good life for himself, and watch his podcast. He's amazing. Honestly do. He's an amazing, amazing person. I just feel for him, and I'm just at awe of what he's accomplishing. For himself, what he does, he has a podcast called Scar Wars, rather than Star Wars. He also has one that I believe is just called Colby Ryan. And then the family has a podcast called the Silver Linings Podcast, and that's with Adam Cox and Uncle Rex. First witness is going to be the first witness is going to be today. Well, we don't know. We do know that who is coming up, but we don't know who's the first. I'm assuming it's going to be the two that are in the gallery right now. And it's just unbelievable. We have her children involved. We have siblings involved. Her parents have been dragged into this. Her mother's still living. Her father passed away of a heart attack in 2020. I can only imagine, in my opinion. I mean, he lost so many people. Alex gone. Lori in prison. JJ and Tylee gone. Charles gone. So her father died of a heart attack. And it may have been too much to bear. I don't know. I've never investigated, but that was my thought. Okay. And the the family has just been terribly, terribly torn apart by this and trying to stick together. They really, truly were very disappointed that she chose to drag them through this in Arizona rather than just plead guilty. And that's what we have for you today, my friends. And they'll be beginning in 5 minutes. I'm going to mute you for 1 second and check on one thing. I wanted to let you all know there are no updates on... Oh, yes. They have to... Lots of good comments. I'm going to come on in here. First of all, no updates on Jonathan Hong. Last we heard yesterday when I updated in our live is that his family may know where he may be. There may have been a sighting, but we've heard nothing else. I'll check Facebook once we get started. Yes, I'm with you, Jen. People, I want to say something. When there's a reward, there are always stipulations. That's why it'll say, go look at the stipulations for the reward. There's usually many, okay? So here's what I want to say. And I know it's not going to come across as nicely as I want it to, so I'm trying, okay? Yes, I did. First of all, I saw it. Second of all, actually, I'm going to hold my comments. That's what I'm going to do. Because if I say something, I'm going to say something about another channel right now who's out there doing this, and I don't want to do so. So I'm going to bite my tongue for a minute. Okay? And when I can share this with you, I will. But here's what I want to say. If there are, I think you all know there are stipulations. What? Care German? I didn't. When was this on his channel? Wow. Did you all see Colby saying he was watching his mom while Adam was testifying and she motioned her hand like a gun pulling the trigger at him? I did not. I will go watch more of Colby though. Hello, wait, what? Thank you for sharing that, Care German. I'm sure. Now, okay, why wasn't she zapped for that? If she did that, she should have been zapped. That's illegal. And that's what that shock vest is for. Give her a little zap when she does stuff like that. FBI has stipulations too. Absolutely. All rewards have stipulations. And someone's out there showing it like they think it's some criminal behavior behind the reward. And just remember, if you're giving those people views, you are supporting what they are saying. Oh, it was on a 3-way interview. Hey, Care German, can you email me that link? I would love to see it. crimetimebuzz@gmail.com. Thank you. Okay. So I'm sorry. I just don't. There's always stipulations and there's always people who have to look for the negative. They can't see the positive.
I love my coverage and I love my insurance company, but I was paying a lot and I didn't realize it.
We are
check this out. See, look, I have a Hyundai on it.
People,
I pick my year.
But that's your business. You can watch whoever you want, obviously. But I here's my theory. I don't give a rat's patootie if it were $5, 5 cents, or 5 million. I would still be looking for Sebastian. And anyone who knows rewards knows there are very clear, concise, legal stipulations. And anyone who's acting like their jaw's on the floor that there are stipulations is trying to fool you that there's something nefarious going on, my friends. Okay? So don't let them fool you. Just don't. Watch them. You aren't taking my buzzer. That's right. Good catch, you two. We're going to watch it. Please send us that link. I'll watch it. Care German, thank you so much for sharing that. But that's illegal. They should have given her the big 1, 2, 3 zap. Tiff just said she unsubbed from that ridiculousness. Thank you, Tiff. I appreciate that. And you don't have to unsub everyone. I'm not saying that. You're welcome here all the time. But there are always stipulations about a reward. Always. They just don't. Thank you here for the truth. They can't just hand the money out. You know, there's legal, a reward is written with legal ramifications, legal guidelines, lawyers. It's designated. There's laws for a reward. Okay. There's rules. Whenever there's money that's up like that for anything, there's stipulations, right? If you're going to win $500,000 by doing some challenge, let's say, and the prize is $500,000, you're going to see 32 things after, and you'll get this prize if you did this, if you did that, if you did this, if you did that, if this went right. That's how it goes. So the jaw on the floor is shocking to me. But I'm not giving them... And I'm not going to go over and give her watches. I'm not going to acknowledge her. I'm not going to acknowledge it. But I've heard it. I've been sent 5 timestamps of her saying it, her repeating it, acting like it was shocking. Okay? So let's just, I'm telling you here. Yes, thank you. Let's not bring up creators in the chat, please, Robin. I'm sorry to say that, but please don't. I just don't want to hear it anymore. I'm tired of the haters. They're looking for absolutely anything they can. For instance, let me give you an example. When the blip board that Sebastian Rogers went up his face 2,800 times in a stadium filled with people at a Phillies game, someone had the audacity to go on next and go, oh yeah, great. So we're all people are just supposed to drive by it. Great job. They're never happy. People like that look for negative. They don't look for children. Remember that. People like that look for negative. They're not looking for children. And we are. And by the way, this is full credit to Court TV. Thanking them again. Thank you, Care German. Thanking them again for allowing us to stream with them. And I'm sorry if I sound real firm about that, but I truly am. Anyone who works in any capacity of careers where they have things like rewards, prize money, anything like that is put forth, it is done in a legal way. It is done with guidelines, boundaries. Do you know why there are so many stipulations and guidelines? The reason being is so it doesn't get muddied when it's time to bring forth a reward. That's why they have to do that, you know? Or someone could say, well, I called in a tip. I should get the reward. So they have to have that down there, right? So, and I'm not meaning to be rude, and I'm really sorry, y'all. So I just anything, it's not enough that his face is on a stadium blip board 2,800 times for them. That's not positive. They have to say, oh, so you have to drive by to see it? I mean, for Pete's sake. And I know I'm getting frustrated with that, and it is frustrating. NJ's just gifted a Primetime Buzz membership. Please thank our wonderful friend over at the pond there, NJ's, for being so kind and considerate. NJ's, can you... Oh, I'm going to email you, NJ's. I have a question about something I want to learn to do, and I know it's so easy. So if you don't mind, I'm going to be emailing you. I had to turn my volume off, so if anyone needs me, you'll have to text and tell me, check your phone. Got it. Okay. So we are just waiting for it to begin. I'm anxious to hear from the medical examiner. I'm anxious to hear from the medical examiner on this. As you recall, a lot of Lori's testimony to Adam. Oh, here we go. Talk soon at lunch. I'll be in the chat. I guess that was a false alarm, my friends. So if she did indeed do that, they should be watching her closely. If she had made a gun signal, and I know that's been emailed to me now, so let me... But if they indeed had... Don't wait in line. Okay, I'll watch it during my lunch, too. You all are wonderful mods. Thank you so much for being here. I know it's a long day. I also will be coming back on tonight. I'm kind of maximizing my spring break. We have 2 more days, so I'm enjoying spending time with you so much. And I want to, I'm pulling something up for you regarding our conversation earlier that we can talk about rewards at lunch, okay? Oh, Care German, you are so kind. Thank you. We would love to listen to that during lunch. Thank you. I will have something for you that I will go over with you regarding rewards. Maybe we'll do it tonight. my mods, I'm going to put my banner up with my phone number. Some of you mods you don't have it yet, and I apologize. So there it is. That's for my mods. Please get it down, mods. I know Jen has it. YouTuber, make sure you have it, dear. Car Guy, NJ's. Sassy, I believe you have it. Make sure you got it. I'm going to take it down now. That's also the number we'll use for our call-in shows. So, mods, if you have anything you need to tell me ever during a live, you may text me at that number. For instance, let's say we're doing a Sebastian show and Seth comes in, or Dog the Bounty Hunter like he has, or Tony. I love a text letting me know because sometimes I'm over on the other tab reading stuff or doing things with you all. So if you all will just send me a text and say Seth is in the house or Dog's here, it always helps me a lot. Like, for instance, if we were doing this today and Colby Ryan, I mean, he's in the courthouse, of course. Let's say Colby came in, or Adam, or a family member, Uncle Rex or Kay. If you would just send me a text to that number saying family members in the house, Kay's here or something, I would certainly appreciate it, because I always like to greet the family members of the victims. Thank you so much for all you do. Hey, Too Many Shoes, how you doing? That is something else. Care German, I am so glad you shared that with us. That's just in my head right now. I can't believe it. Hi, All I Need. Not tired of you. No. Enjoying every minute of break with you guys. Yes, Jen says, also text Jay when she's muted. Hey, funny girl. I guess I could read you a little bit while we're waiting. I'm afraid as soon as I do, it's going to start. Reward stipulations are the rules or conditions that define how and under what circumstances a reward will be given. So see, that is very normal. They outline the specific criteria, very specific criteria, an individual or group needs to meet very specifically to be eligible for a reward. These stipulations ensure fairness and clarity in the reward system, motivating individuals to focus on achieving the desired behaviors or outcomes. Key aspects of reward stipulations, and I will be doing a live on this evening. Conditions for receiving a reward. Stipulations define what actions, behaviors, or outcomes are
my staff said that
a reward.
He's coming through security right now.
Bye.
He may have forgotten we were trying to start at 10. Well, let's take this couple minutes while he's on his way up. I had asked the advisory council and the state regarding our second trial if they'd be willing to forego the first day or the Wednesday of their annual conferences for the second trial.
if you're going, here is a comment. If you're going to criticize a private company's reward criteria, you need to compare them with LEs, in my opinion. Absolutely. They have stipulations. They are legal. Okay. So just like I said, some aren't even happy that Sebastian's face was seen 2,800 times April 9th in Philly at a Phillies game. Okay, they had to find something wrong with that because they had to drive by and see it. Okay, there are also bulletin boards going up in the major cities. I know Tennessee, Mississippi. Let me write down exactly how it was said. Tennessee and Mississippi are two of them. And I have it written down somewhere. But they are putting them in the major cities. And someone said to me, well, do you see that At Night was tagging certain individuals? We will talk about that tonight too. I don't know why people are concerned when they're tagging celebrities, such as Jelly Roll, who could bring so many more eyes to and a different audience. But we'll address it all, I promise, okay? I promise. But the bulletin boards are going up. There is one, as far as I have heard, when you enter Tennessee and Mississippi. Now, I don't know the exact location, but I think you understand the relevance of it. Tennessee and Mississippi. They're putting them on when you enter and exit into a major city. So Tennessee and Mississippi apparently is where there is one, in Mississippi and Nashville, Tennessee. So I need to get the exact locations of those for you, but they are putting them up, and I think we all understand.
For your next big adventure, Shields is by your side. With Shields Visa and Shields Visa Rewards, we're here to...
They are in 23. Have presence now in 23 cities. I do not know, or 23 states in the United States, and I'm not quite sure exactly what states. And I will definitely reach out for you. She does. She thinks she's an attorney, Juicy Jules, and Lori is on her own defense witness list. So when the state rests, we will see Lori take the stand, and she has two choices: to choose to be questioned by her side counsel, assisting counsel. She has two of them, or to get up and give a narrative on the stand. Now, I could be wrong, but I think she's going to go do her narrative because she loves to talk. Yes, they cannot take him down. Babyfoot and Mama Socks can't take him down. But he's going to have to drive in and look at that every day, and drive out and look at it every day. Allegedly, in my opinion. So I love it. I will find out exactly where they are specifically for you. I will reach out to fact check that. And we will have a live tonight for sure. But I'm not sure. We've got some things to talk about Sebastian, but I would also like to bring up some things regarding Summer Wells. So we are going to have a live for both Summer and Sebastian tonight. And if there's any updates on Jonathan Hong. Okay. So please come in, join me tonight. Crochet, I'm sorry, I don't know what we're talking about. Are you speaking to me, asking me that question? Hold on, y'all. I think I'm behind a little bit. Does anyone have information on a 6-year-old found yesterday? In what city, Crochet? In what city? And I can Google it for you. Now, there was a 5-year-old in Memphis found a couple of days ago in the water. Yes, Please, Patricia, don't put any names in the chat. I MC, and we'll know who that is, okay? Yes, I know. I saw that, Patricia, and I kind of giggled about that too, because suddenly he's so worried that something of Sebastian is being sold. He says, I wonder how Seth feels about that allegedly. You can get in trouble in Tennessee for photographing and videoing children. Well, first of all, that is a footage from a public restaurant. Okay. MC did not go filming or photographing or a child. That is a public footage or footage from a public restaurant. Okay. So, oh, thank you, Whispering Winds. I appreciate it. The parent's last name is Loving. Let me look it up for y'all right now while we're waiting. Loving. Is it a girl, you said? Does anyone know what state? Let me see. Oh, found her. Oh, wow. Exactly, NJs. Those kind of comments, they're just, for instance, oh, well, he's so concerned, what does Seth think about that? And, and he's doing his little alleged celebrity tour, in my opinion. Have you guys, I gave a challenge. I want a week, tell me in a week. How many panels is he on? How many minutes does he spend talking? And how many times does he speak about Sebastian's being missing and his well-being? I'm tired of hearing him talk about disciplining a missing child. Oh, all I need is Jesus. I'm looking at it right now. I will put a 1 if you want me to bring up the Loving Girls case tonight in our live too. Jen, Georgia. Jen, I just saw. Jen says, we're kind of just easing into it today. Do y'all know M&Ms melt not only in your mouth, but also if you fall asleep on top of one? LOL. No, Jen, but I'm sure you do now. What color did you fall asleep on top of? That's hilarious. Hey, Ginger Girl's mom. Yes, that's right. He has an entire website as to why. Yes. SF has a website. We shared it on one of our lives where he does not promote rewards, which is why, remember, we went back and we said, well, maybe that's why they aligned with him. They knew he was not going to promote that $500,000 or whatever it was at the time reward. And when you don't want, remember, rewards inspire more media attention. They motivate people to call in leads, and they solve cases. So apparently, when you don't want that, you maybe hire a PI allegedly who doesn't believe in rewards, who thinks they cause nefarious behaviors. Okay. I totally agree with you, Ginger Girls, and thank you for that comment. Thank you so much for that comment. Colby on his podcast says he can finally distance himself from Lori, no longer his mom, but Lori Vallow is a rude lady. Oh, I feel so badly for Colby. I do. You know, it takes strength. It sure takes strength, doesn't it? So, okay, so I will add the loving child, bless her heart. It says, oh goodness, how long was she missing? Her body was found, friends. Harrison County. Oh, I just got chills. Okay. We're in Mississippi, by the way. The Harrison County Sheriff's Office said that the body of 6-year-old Graceland Vick was found Sunday after a roughly 6-hour search in Saucier. Yeah, I will cover this for you all. I want to make sure it's the right one. Now, this one's name isn't last name Loving, though. This young lady is... So let me look. That might be another one. Does anyone know her first name? Oh, here we go. Got it. Oh, goodness. Y'all, here's the first headline I see. Parents wait nearly 5 hours to call 911 after finding 5-year-old not breathing, authorities say. $10 million bail set for Nicholas Loving, father accused in death of his daughter. Oh, Lordy. Oh, goodness. This is a different child. So there's two. Oh, my goodness. We have a lot to discuss tonight. It says, Nevada authorities say a little girl's parents waited hours to contact them after their daughter was found not breathing. According to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, we've had another case in Washoe County. 5-year-old Isabella Loving was found dead in a Cold Springs area home on April 3rd. Her father, Nicholas Loving, was arrested after deputies said they found the child with significant signs of physical abuse. Here we go again, my friends. Investigators said they found that Isabella's parents, Nicholas and Andrea Loving, waited almost 5 hours that morning to call 911 for help. Deputies said Nicholas Loving, 35, told them the two discovered Isabella not breathing just after 2 a.m. after being woken up around midnight by another child saying that she was vomiting. The father began CPR instead of calling for help. He consoled his panicking wife, the sheriff's office said. At 6:55 a.m., authorities said the parents called Washoe County Emergency Dispatch about their daughter being unresponsive and not breathing. Oh, my goodness. Isabel was, look at that. Oh, her sweet pea. Look at her face. I'll show it to you tonight. Isabella was pronounced dead at 7:22 a.m. despite the rescue efforts of first responders. I'm going to pull up her for you right now. She's too cute. I want you to see her.
Imagine having peace of mind knowing you have a $40,000 burial benefit, all at no cost to you.
Pull this up. Oh, I will share with you our sweet little girl. Rest in peace, little angel. This is heartbreaking. And of course, a 5-hour delay, but now there's $1 million bond. Thank goodness. Daddy's going down. Okay. There she is. Look at that, darling. Police say that Isabella Loving, 5 of Nevada, was locked in a makeshift box, kicked by her father, Nicholas, 35, and severely beaten before she was found dead on April 3rd. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, let's keep going. Let's see. Isabella died at 2 a.m. on April 3rd, but her parents allegedly waited 5 hours to call 911. Nicholas is being held on $1 million cash bond, and her mother, Andrea, has not been charged criminally. Why? A 5-year-old Nevada girl who was severely beaten and forced to sleep in a locked 5 by 5 foot makeshift box was found dead in early April, and now authorities say her father is charged in connection with her death. This is Isabella Loving, 5 years old, from Nevada, my friends. Nicholas Loving, 35, of Cold Springs. He's the opposite of Loving. His name is an oxymoron in itself. Was arrested on April 3rd and charged with child abuse causing substantial bodily harm in connection with the death of his daughter. There we go. Write that charge down. There's another one, my friends, that can help in some of our cases. Also, in a case if we happen to locate children that we have in case records and we see abuse on their bodies when they're found. We're starting.
Some motions that the state filed since we were last here on Thursday.
I just did this morning, actually.
Let's make sure you have them all. So last Friday I received from the state, what's the wrong one? It was an email sent from the state to my judicial assistant, copied on the email were the advisory councils, as well as I think your paralegal. Is your paralegal Anna Ramirez?
Yes.
Okay, so she was copied on that, and that had to do with the subpoena that was served on Bobby Vallow. Have you seen that?
I have not seen it. I did hear about it, but I did not see it.
So we have that to address. We have a motion limine regarding the questioning of police. Have you received that one?
I just received that one, yes.
State's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Have you seen that?
I just have those two, but not the first one that you mentioned.
Okay, how about motion limine regarding the testimony of a video observed by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett?
I do not have that one.
All right. Do you have does advisory council have a copy of that one? No,
here's a copy.
Okay. Are any of these issues something I need to deal with for this morning between 10 and noon?
Judge, the only thing is I would like to have, at the very least, those subpoenas that have been filed sealed, since they are in violation right now of victims' rights.
It is, in addition to the one on Robert Bobby Vallow, which other one?
The state sent an updated. We also, Brandon Boudreau is not a victim in this case, but he is a victim in the CR 2022, and his subpoena was also filed with the clerk's office.
All right, it's ordered sealing those 2 subpoenas. Are there the issue regarding the questioning of police or detectives about why there wasn't an arrest immediately or why it took a while for the case to be charged? Is that something it's gonna come up this morning?
No.
Okay. Let's deal with, I want to give you a chance to make sure you read all these, and so that's something maybe we can deal with at about 1:15 today or later this afternoon. But do we have our jury? My staff is out there. I know one juror was running late. Do you want to have your next witness waiting in the back?
Sure.
Why don't we do that? Do you have everyone?
We're still missing one. I'm about to call him right now.
Okay, still missing a juror. So I think we're gonna have to wait a few minutes to see if this juror is gonna. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I am planning our first weekend at the movies true crime review. Please vote for our first one. 1 for American Murder, the Gabby Petito Netflix show, latest release. 2 for John Bonet's latest Netflix release. 3, O.J. Simpson's latest Netflix release. Or 4, The Program on Netflix, which is about the troubled teen institutes. Majority will win. I will tally it up. Get your votes in. Do you want 1 for Gabby Petito? Bring your popcorn over the weekend and we will do some reviews. Or John Bonet or OJ or The Program. And I'm going to tally them as soon as, let me get set up here. We are waiting again. So that's why we're talking right now. Let's see where we're at right now. Oh, YouTuber, it's 3:35 in Australia. Thank you for being here to mod, my friend. And NJ's, thank you for being here. I know y'all are on different times. Robin's at 1:35. Okay, let me start tallying up. I'm just going to mute myself just in case they come on while we're doing this. So, and then 4 is the program. Yes, we have a Canadian mod, our dear NJ's from England, and YouTuber from Australia. Hey, Little Red. Thank you for lurking. Good to see ya.
If you want to get your name, phone number, and address off the internet, but want to handle the removals yourself, Optory's free opt-out guide.
Apparently, they are waiting for Lori's side console to arrive. Please get your vote in if you have not. 1, Gabby. 2, JonBenet. 3, OJ for the program. Right now we are almost, we're pretty close between JonBenet and the program. So put your votes in. I'm going to mute and heat up my coffee. I am going to ask you all some question in here.
My staff said that he's coming through security right now.
Oh, she's coming through security right now. What's your favorite Easter tradition? If you celebrate
let's
Easter.
Take this couple minutes while he's on his way up. I had asked the advisory council and the state regarding our second trial if they'd be willing to forego the first day or the Wednesday of their annual conferences for the second trial. Is that something that we can sort of hammer down the schedule on for the next trial?
So the judge is talking about the 28th of May, correct?
No, June. June. The judicial conference is June 25, 26, 27. So I'm talking about June 25th, half trial.
I'm fine with that.
It's fine with us also, Judge.
Okay, so. And if I don't know what happened last time, but I think advisory council took the remote questionnaires that the jurors answered. Did you take them to the jail and go over them in advance, or you didn't? You did? That's a yes.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
yes.
So the remote questionnaire would be similar to the one we did for this trial. It would go out the week of probably May 19th. And we can set the cutoff date, maybe the 23rd, to give the parties a chance to go over it. And then we would meet to go over those remote answers on May 29th, the afternoon, 1:30 on. And then we would bring in the walk-in jurors and in-person follow-up voir dire for May 30th, and anticipate opening statements and starting the evidence on Monday, June 2nd. I'd like to go June 2nd through Friday the 6th. I'd like to go June 9th, and maybe part of Friday morning into the noon hour, the 13th. So 2 full weeks there. The next week will be dark. Then 3 days, June 23rd through 25th. And then June 30th through June 3rd. That's over 3 full weeks of trial. I think depending on how much longer this trial lasts, we'll be able to tell if that will be enough time or not. So I'm just putting that out there for planning purposes for everyone. Is our juror here yet? Yeah.
Gabby is number 1. Whispering Winds.
Recommend the morning just because we have 3. You're going to
Which date?
for the pre-screening on March 20.
Not March, May.
May 29th, sorry. Could we go in the morning? If we have 300, I know we took most of the morning on for this trial to go for 200 or 160. I just am concerned if we only do it in the afternoon of the 29th.
Here's my issue is I was scheduled to be out of state, and I'm actually going to fly back early that morning to get this done. So we can start at 12:30 or something like that, but I don't think I can get back early enough. There may be additional publicity issues as a result of this trial, but I still think 300 jurors would be enough. Does the state want to weigh in on that?
I think that's enough, Your Honor. I think we'll follow the same method of just striking the one as any concept.
All right. Does the defendant want to weigh in on any of that?
I agree.
Okay. Is our juror here? All right. Our juror's here, so let's get started. We'll bring in the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Here we go, my friends.
All right. Please be seated. The jury is now present. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right in front here and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you can have a walk around the court reporter, have a seat to my left.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Derek Baumgartner. I am a medical examiner at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office. So I perform autopsies. I determine cause and manner of death for individuals who die under our jurisdiction in Maricopa County, run toxicology reports, and like today, testify in court occasionally.
Can you tell us about your education to become a medical examiner?
Sure. I completed a Bachelor of Arts degree in American History at the University of Arizona in 2005. In 2013, I got my Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of Illinois in Chicago. From 2013 to 2017, I did an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Loyola University Medical Center. And then I did a forensic pathology fellowship in Denver from 2017 to 2018.
And when did you start working here at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started in July of 2018.
Are you board certified in any areas?
Yes.
Can you tell us what areas those?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
What is board certification?
So board certification happens after completion of residency or fellowship. It consists of, in terms of anatomic and clinical pathology, a 16-hour multiple choice exam split over 2 days. And then in forensic pathology, it's an 8-hour exam on one day.
And can you tell us what forensic and anatomical pathology are?
Sure. Anatomic pathology basically studies tissues, biopsies, surgical specimens, sometimes whole bodies to diagnose disease processes. Clinical pathology is more of a laboratory thing. So think of blood or tissues or other bodily fluids that are tested in a laboratory setting. Also deals with lab management and regulation compliance. And then forensic pathology is basically studying what the cause and manner of death is for a person.
Do you have ongoing training as a medical examiner?
Yes.
Is that something you do annually?
Yes.
So you told us that you perform autopsies. Can you tell us what that is? What is an autopsy?
So an autopsy is an examination of the external and internal aspects of the
Integrity, service, and excellence. That's what you can expect when working with Pennington Law, with the experience to plan and fight for what's yours. Don't leave it to your loved ones to try and figure it out. Estate planning protects your finances from unforeseen taxes, court probate, and even creditors.
There are also photographs that are taken in conjunction with first the visual observations as well as any relevant internal injuries that you know during the autopsy.
Yes.
Thank you. I want to talk to you about July 13th of 2019. Did you perform an autopsy on a Leland Charles Anthony Vallow at about 8 in the morning?
I did.
And was that associated with the OME case number 19-05897?
It was.
You told us that were photographs taken sort of throughout the process of your autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And if I can have my paralegal bring up to the witness 152 through 179 that have previously been shown to defendant. Doctor, do you recognize those exhibits 152 through 179?
I do.
And are they all photographs of different aspects of the autopsy that you performed on Leland Charles Anthony Vallow?
They are.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 152 through 179.
Any objection?
No objections.
152 through 179 are admitted, may be published.
Thank you. So when you first are assigned a case, do you begin with some type of visual inspection overall of the individual?
Yes.
You put up exhibit 152 here. In every autopsy is a photo like this taken.
Yes.
Why is that?
For identification purposes.
And is that the OME number we are talking about that is associated and that we see in all these photographs?
Yes.
When you were first beginning this autopsy, do you take measurements of the height and weight of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
In this case, did you note those in your report?
I did.
Do you recall that information off the top of your head right now?
I do.
What was his height and weight?
Height was 71.5 inches. Weight was 207 pounds.
So just under 6 feet tall?
Yes.
As you were doing an external review of Charles, did you note any injuries to the front of his face?
No.
Did you look at the back of his head?
I did.
Did you note any abrasions or contusions?
No.
Can you tell us, what does abrasion mean?
An abrasion is a scrape that takes off the top layer of skin.
And a contusion?
It's otherwise known as a bruise. It's a breaking of blood vessels that causes blood to pool underneath the skin and in the soft tissues.
So if we have seen photos of Charles Vallow laying supine on the floor of the residence, did you note any abrasions or contusions at the back of his head that would have been consistent with him being shot and falling straight back?
No.
I'm going to put up 153. As you were looking at Mr. Vallow, were you looking for abrasions on any other aspects of his body?
Yes.
Did you note any on his chest area?
Yes.
Where did you note those?
On the sternal chest and on the left abdomen.
And so external chest, can you point out to us where that is?
The sternal chest is sort of right in the middle of the chest.
So we're talking in this area, and I'm going to pull it in closer. Oops. So if we see this wound here, where are we talking in relation to that?
So surrounding the defect.
Okay. Were you able to make any determinations as to whether those contusions or those abrasions actually were made at or near the time of his death?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your conclusion?
That they were perimortem or just around the time of death.
Okay. I'll put up some photographs of Mr. Vallow's hands. Do you look to an individual's hands to see if there are any injuries on those?
Yes, yes, we do.
Standard for your autopsy procedure?
Yes.
Pull this back out again. What do we see here in Exhibit 155?
Looks to be one of Mr. Vallow's hands.
And as we look at 156 and 157, would that be consistent then with his right hand?
Yes.
And did you note any abrasions to his right hand?
Not that I recall.
159, 158. Did you note a little bit of abrasion on his left hand?
Yes, I did.
And a little bit more here in his fingers?
Yes.
On this hand that we see in 160, did you note any blood transfer onto his left hand?
Yes, there was apparent blood on his left hand.
When you were looking at the other portions of his hands, did you note any other blood on those?
No.
And again, 161 and 162, other portions of his hand, no other abrasions or contusions were observed?
No.
And no other blood transfer on those?
No.
Mr. Vallow was wearing a watch at the time, correct?
He was.
When the medical examiner is called out to a scene, do you go out there?
I do not.
Is someone from your office sent out there?
They are.
And are police basically told, to the extent possible, do not touch the body until someone from the medical examiner arrives?
Correct.
So when someone arrives at the medical examiner's office, are they still wearing whatever clothes they have on?
Typically, yes.
And if they have any jewelry or affix on, those are typically left on them as well?
Correct.
So in 163, is that a photograph then of the watch that he was wearing?
Yes.
Did you note any damage to that watch? Cracked face or anything like that?
I did not, no.
Put up exhibit 154, just so it orients better. What are we seeing here?
These are Mr. Vallow's lower extremities.
And did you note any abrasions or contusions on his legs?
Yes.
Where did you note those?
On both knees.
Were you able to make any determination as to whether or not those occurred at or near the time of death?
They appear to be perimortem as well.
I'm going to put up exhibit 164. As you're visually looking at Mr. Vallow's body, did you observe a defect to his chest?
I did.
Is that what we see here in exhibit 164?
Yes.
What did you note that was?
An entrance gunshot wound.
Okay. And 165, is that a closer up of that?
It is.
And 166, is that again another close up of that?
Yes.
How do you know that that was an entrance wound?
It has characteristics consistent with an entrance wound. It is oval in shape. It also has a peripheral rim of abrasion. And there appears to be a punctate or small little red abrasions surrounding the wound as well.
All right, so when you are looking at gunshot wounds, are you trying to always determine if it's an entrance or an exit wound?
Yes.
And so you're looking for things that are normal and consistent throughout all entrance wounds?
Yes.
And in this case, you also noted something about some red abrasions around the edge. What is that?
There is a red abrasion around the defect or the hole. And it's a little bit eccentric on, if you think of it as a clock face, from about the 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock positions. That indicates that the projectile was coming in at an angle, and it kind of scrapes away the skin as it enters.
This tax season, one accountant, how are you, really crunches the numbers.
It's quite painful.
Could be consistent with what's known as stippling, which is when gunpowder strikes the skin after a gun is fired.
Okay. Can you tell us When you're looking at an entrance wound like this and you're looking for, you said stippling, what is soot versus stippling?
Soot is combusted gunpowder, so it's like a black powder, while stippling is caused by, as I mentioned, partially burned or unburned gunpowder that hits the skin.
Does it basically burn the skin when it hits it?
It could, but it's typically, it causes an abrasion, which is just a scraping away of the skin because it's hitting the skin at such a high velocity.
Okay. When you are looking then at this entrance wound that we see in 166 that was in the chest, you noticed what appeared to be consistent with stippling. In your report, did you use the word stippling? Do you recall?
I typically don't. I don't think I did in this case.
Did you describe what you saw?
Yes.
And photograph it?
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at the presence of stippling, does that give you any insight into the distance from the muzzle to the gunshot wound?
It does.
And can you tell us what that tells you about the distance between the muzzle and the gunshot wound?
Typically, a gun needs to be test fired to determine the exact sort of range that it will impart stippling to the skin. But if you look at textbooks, for a handgun, typically the range is, an inch to up to 4 or 5 feet.
The closer that the gun muzzle is to the person, does that increase the amount of stippling that you would observe?
Likely, yes.
Would that also, the closer the end of the muzzle to the person, would that increase the likelihood of seeing soot?
It would.
Okay. So here you did not see soot though?
I did not, no.
Okay. So this, have you ever indicated that for this type of stippling that you observed, you believed it to be anywhere from 2 to 4 feet?
I did, yes.
Okay. And is that because there's not as dense of an amount of stippling observed at this entrance wound?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you recover a projectile from this wound?
I did not.
So there was an exit wound associated with that?
Yes.
Showing you 167. Where was the exit wound associated with this gunshot wound to the chest?
So it's on the thoracic back, which is like the middle of the back.
I'm going to put 168 up. Is that a closer up of that exit wound?
Yes.
Okay. And put up 169. Is that again closer of this?
It is.
How are you able to determine that that's an exit wound?
It has characteristics of an exit wound. Typically, exit wounds are not round like entrance wounds. They will sometimes be slit-like, as it is in this case, and typically they're a little bit larger than the entrance wound.
Now, when you are documenting injuries, do you measure the distance from the head to the entrance wound as well as the head to the exit wound?
Yes.
In this case, what was the distance from Charles's head to the entrance wound that we saw in his chest?
I believe it was 18 3/4 inches.
Okay. And can you tell us, or do you recall what the distance was from Charles's head to this exit wound on his back?
I believe it was 20 inches.
So about 1.25 inches difference.
Yes.
When you are performing an autopsy, do you advise what the wound path is?
Yes.
What do you mean by wound path?
The wound path is what the projectile encounters as it passes through the body.
What was the wound path for this gunshot wound that entered Charles's chest and exited his back?
So it passed through the skin of the chest, the sternum, which is the breastbone, the pericardium, which is a sac that surrounds the heart. It then hit 2 chambers of the heart, the right atrium and the left ventricle. and then it passed through the 9th thoracic vertebral body and exited the soft tissue and skin of the left back.
So for lay people, it went through Charles's heart.
Yes.
Was that wound immediately fatal?
Not immediately, no.
Could Charles have lived for some period of time after this?
A short period of time, but yes.
Are you able to say when someone is struck in the heart, could they live from seconds up to minutes?
Seconds up to a very few minutes, yes.
Up to, have you testified previously or indicated previously in an interview that it could be up to maybe 2 minutes?
Yes.
When a person is shot in the heart such as this, could Charles have still spoken for that time period?
Yes.
Could he have moved after that bullet went through his heart?
He could have, yes.
So would it be possible for him to reach up and touch where he was shot with his left hand?
Yes.
Given the abrasions to Charles's knees, is it possible that he fell to his knees after he was shot?
It's possible, yes.
Would those abrasions on his knees be consistent with someone falling to their knees?
Yes.
When you are performing an autopsy, do you, well, let me first talk. As you were going through the description of the path, the wound path, you talked about the trajectory going through the 9th thoracic vertebral. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 171. Can you describe for us what we are seeing here?
That is a trajectory rod passing through the defect that was created in that 9th thoracic vertebral body.
So this rod that you're using is helping to show the path of that bullet through Charles's body.
Correct.
And just to orient those of us who haven't seen a person this way, can you tell us, is Charles's head up here?
It is.
And so this would be down towards his legs at
Correct.
the bottom.
Yes.
Okay. When you are talking about the injuries to an individual, do you also determine the trajectory of that bullet through the individual?
I do, yes.
So for this wound to Charles's chest that exited his back, what was the trajectory?
It was front to back, right to left, and slightly downward.
How are you determining that trajectory? Is there a modem that you use that's standard for all autopsies?
Yes, through measurements of the entrance wound and exit wound, and then also observing what organs and tissue have damage from the bullet.
So let me go back to Exhibit 164. You're looking at this entrance wound here, correct?
Yes.
And the exit wound that we see in 168 to determine that front to back, and then you said right to left and slightly downward?
Yes.
So the downward is the 1 1/4 inch difference that you saw from the head measurement.
Correct.
Could that downward angle be the result of someone just holding a gun at a slightly downward angle?
Yes, that's possible.
Could it be also from just the arm itself moving up or down some?
Yes.
Or size difference between people?
Yes.
You're not here because to tell us which one of those it was, correct?
I can't determine that, no.
As you were performing the autopsy of Mr. Vallow, did you note another gunshot wound to Mr. Vallow?
I did, yes.
And I'm putting up Exhibit 172. Where was the other gunshot wound that you observed on Mr. Vallow?
On his left abdomen.
And do we see in 172, is that what we see sort of above and to the side of his belly button?
Yes.
Were you able to tell what we see in 172 here, whether that was an entrance or exit wound?
I was.
And what was this?
This was an entrance gunshot wound.
And again, were you following the same view of looking at all the same aspects of this wound to determine that it was an entrance wound?
Correct.
In this entrance wound, did you note any stippling?
I did not.
Any soot?
No.
So would that tell you that the individual or the muzzle of that gun was more than 4 or 5 feet away from the victim?
Most likely, yes.
Did you recover a projectile from this gunshot wound?
I did not.
So there was an exit wound associated with it.
Correct.
Now put up Exhibit 175. Where was the exit wound?
It was on the back of the left shoulder.
And is that what we see in Exhibit 175 here?
Correct.
I'm going to put some closer up photographs, 176 and 177. What did you note about this exit wound?
This exit wound appears a little bit atypical. It has characteristics of a supported or a shored exit wound.
What is a shored exit wound?
A shored exit wound occurs when the body is pressed up against a firm surface.
Those with Robinhood Gold can enjoy a 3% IRA match. Tremendous.
Different tearing that we see going on here in that exit wound.
It does.
If a person was, for instance, laying on the floor when they were shot, would you expect to see a shored exit wound in that situation?
I would.
When you're talking about something pressed up against the skin, have you ever seen a shored wound from someone wearing a t-shirt?
I have not.
Have you seen other shored wounds in your experience?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many have you seen in your years of working?
I mean, they're relatively rare, so maybe less than 50.
When you were looking at this exit wound on Charles Vallow's left shoulder, was the injury itself what you would call sort of a typical shored wound?
This is textbook worthy.
Now, just like the other wound, did you determine the wound path for this gunshot wound that entered Charles Vallow's abdomen and exited his left shoulder?
Yes.
What was the wound path for this shot?
So the bullet passed through the skin and soft tissues of the left abdomen. It then hit the left lung. It then hit the back part of the left fourth rib, and then exited the soft tissue and skin of the left shoulder.
So to be clear, the left fourth rib, is that in the front of him or his back? Where is that located?
In this case, it struck the posterior or the back part of the left fourth rib.
Is that sort of in the location where we see the exit wound right there?
The exit wound is a little bit above the fourth rib.
You talked about sort of the soft tissue. So when this bullet was exiting, did it sort of hit both the rib and the connective tissue between the ribs?
Yes.
Did you also measure the distance from Charles's head to the entrance wound on the abdomen?
I did.
What was that distance?
I believe it was 27 inches.
And did you measure the distance from the top of Charles's head to the exit wound on his left shoulder?
I did.
What was that?
I believe it was 14 inches.
So the prior shot had a 1 1/4 inch difference. Was this one 13 inches?
Yes.
So more than a foot difference between the entrance and exit.
Correct.
Did you determine the trajectory for this wound?
I did.
What was that trajectory?
In this case, it was front to back, right to left, and upward.
Did you also use trajectory rods in this wound to help better describe that trajectory?
I did.
Put up Exhibit 179. Can you orient us first on what we're seeing here?
So the placard with the case number is positioned towards the head, and then the opposite is positioned towards the feet.
When you perform an autopsy, how do you open up the individual?
It's called a thoraco-abdominal incision. You've probably seen it on TV as the Y incision.
So what we see here is that sort of the abdomen of Mr. Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. And what we see here is that his back.
Yes.
And is this the spine?
Yes.
So does this reflect then the entrance being down at this portion of the body and the exit in that up left shoulder?
Yes.
So in this case, were both gunshot wounds front to back?
They were.
Were both gunshot wounds right to left?
Yes.
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest was slightly downward,
Correct.
and the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen was upward.
Yes.
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest that exited his back was not shored,
No, it was not.
but the gunshot wound that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder was shored.
Correct.
Doctor, given the trajectory that you observed, that from the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen that exited his left shoulder, and the fact that the gunshot wound was shored, would that be consistent with the shooter standing somewhere near Mr. Vallow's feet and firing at Charles Vallow as he was laying on the floor?
Yes, that's certainly possible.
Now, you told us that you don't go out to the scene, right?
I do not know.
So you would not have seen if there were any defects on the floor consistent with a bullet strike underneath Mr. Vallow?
I did not.
If you were advised that there was a defect on the floor that was consistent with a bullet strike underneath Charles Vallow's left shoulder, would that further support the theory that he was laying on the floor there, causing that shored wound when he was shot?
It would, yes.
When an autopsy is performed on anyone, is blood collected to be tested for toxicology?
If we can get it, yes.
Was that done here?
It was.
Were there any drugs found in Charles Vallow's system?
No drugs were reported positive on toxicology.
No alcohol found?
No.
Based upon your autopsy of Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, what did you determine was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Thank you. The state has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Dr. Baumgartner, you did a toxicology report in this case?
I sent blood for toxicology, yes.
And what did you test for? What substances did you test for in that toxicology report?
There are 16 or 20 substances that are tested. Typical drugs of abuse, a limited amount of therapeutic medications, and then alcohol, methanol, acetone, and isopropanol, I believe.
But not generally like someone's regular medications, like for high blood pressure or something like that?
That would not show up on this test, no.
And if someone was taking testosterone, that wouldn't show up on there?
It would not, no.
Human growth hormone would not show up on there?
No.
So just basically the substances that you mentioned
Yes.
are typically tested. And then if law enforcement were to ask you to test for something specific, then you would do that as well. Is that correct?
It depends.
On what?
The case type, what their request was, if it's even possible.
Okay. So if they were to say, we want you to test for a certain something, you would say if you could or couldn't?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And is that typical in your experience?
Is what typical?
For them to ask for things other than what you normally, the normal 16 things that you test for?
That would be atypical.
Okay. So normally they don't ask you to do that in a common manner?
They do not know.
Okay. And so in this case, you did just test for the typical things and no other requests were made. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. As far as the abrasions on Charles' knees, could those have been, you said that they were consistent with having been close to the time of death, is that correct?
They had that general appearance, yes.
And so those abrasions could have been caused by a scuffle before he was shot, is that correct?
Yes.
And not necessarily falling forward onto his knees.
Correct.
And then the abrasions on his hands as well,
What about them?
that they could have been caused from a scuffle beforehand.
Yes.
Okay. I know that the state asked you if it was consistent with him, with the second shot, the shot to the abdomen, that it was possible that he could have been shot on the floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
But would it also be possible that he could have been falling when that shot happened as well? And then hit the floor?
Not really. If he was falling and still passing through air, not yet having hit the ground, that would not have caused a short wound.
So if he had hit the ground and bounced on the ground from the first shot, as the second shot was traveling, that could not be possible that he hit the ground when that shot was exiting the shoulder?
He would have had to have been on a firm surface to create that short wound.
And it could not be caused by tight clothing?
Tight clothing and short wounds is typically like a supportive garment, like a belt or a bra. In my experience, I've never seen it with like a t-shirt or anything like that.
Are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I am not, no.
Or how?
Make your dog a Quattro dog.
I'm not.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Doctor, if clothing like a t-shirt, bamboo, or whatever they're made of, would have caused a short wound, would you have expected to see the short wound also to the other exit?
Certainly if both exits were covered with that shirt, yes.
So if the person is wearing a t-shirt that covered his back and shoulder,
Yes.
then if that type of fabric somehow was restrictive enough or tight enough or stiff enough to cause that pressure, then it would have caused a short wound to both exits.
I would expect that, yes.
But you didn't see that here.
No.
Only one short wound.
Correct.
The other exit, not at all.
No.
You were asked a lot about different drugs. Was there anything about Mr. Vallow's autopsy that indicated that his cause of death was anything other than the result of multiple gunshot wounds?
No.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from a member of the jury? I do see at least one question coming up.
As we are sitting here waiting in the silence, I want to read you one of Hong Ji's updates from 1 hour ago. He put, "Hey, Katie, did you have the guts to look him in the eyes before you did it?" Boom. Wow.
Were there significant amounts of blood in the left lung?
Not the left lung itself, but the left chest cavity.
Does that suggest the heart was still beating during the second wound or the second shot?
The heart could have been beating at that point. It's also possible that the heart was still and contained blood, and that blood just spilled into the left chest cavity.
Was there blood in the throat or mouth?
There was not.
Any other juror questions? Not seeing any follow-up from the defense based on that jury question?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
You're asked about the blood potentially in the lung versus the cavity. When someone is struck in the heart through the different locations that you saw in Mr. Vallow, where do you expect the blood to go after that gunshot wound?
The left chest cavity.
And you talked about that the heart could have been beating at that time, or the blood could have spilled into the cavity. Can you explain that a little more?
Sure. If the heart was still beating, blood would have been pumping through it, and blood would have been spilling from the two defects in the heart, one in the right atrium and one in the left ventricle. It's also possible that the heart was either fibrillating, which is not really beating, just sort of quivering, which often happens right before death, or potentially the heart was still, but blood that was in it at the time that death occurred would spill out of those two defects I just described.
In any of those situations, would you expect ultimately the blood to end up in that left cavity?
Yes.
That's what you saw.
Yes.
You were also asked about blood in the throat or mouth. Does the absence of that indicate that the victim was or was not alive for some period of time after being shot in the heart?
No.
Thank you. Other questions?
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness. All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right in front here and be sworn in. Yeah, come right up. Come right up here.
Can you spell your name for the record? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter and have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Mark Sari. I'm a special agent with the Social Security Administration, Office Inspector General.
What do you do there?
So I investigate crimes and allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse within Social Security.
How long have you worked for Social Security?
Approximately 6 years.
And as an investigator with Social Security, are you familiar with the reports that are created and kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, I am.
And for instance, are you familiar with sort of the meetings and processes and notices of award letters sent out by Social Security for survivor benefits?
Yes, I am.
What are survivor benefits?
Those are benefits paid to a recipient. For example, if someone were to die or pass, their children would be possibly entitled to benefits on their behalf after they were to pass.
When a child becomes an adult, what happens to those survivor benefits that Social Security has been paying?
They would cease.
What if a child is taken to or adopted by or guardianship is given to another individual while they're receiving survivor benefits?
They would transfer to that new individual.
When a child has a parent that passes away, are any benefits paid out to the mother of the child?
Yes, they could be.
How does that depend? What makes the difference on whether or not the mother gets benefits or not?
So it's a benefit called mother, child, and care benefits. So for example, if a mother is married to her father at the time of his death, she would receive called a mother, child, and care benefit. So it'd be a dual benefit for the child as well as her benefit for herself. It'd be the same dollar amount that she would receive as well.
So if the parents were not married at the time that one of the parents passes away, then does the other parent get any survivor benefits?
They would not.
If a surviving spouse remarries, what happens to those benefits given to, say, the mother of the child?
They would then cease upon that marriage.
Would the child still get benefits?
They would.
Were you asked to look into survivor benefits involving Lori Vallow and JJ Vallow?
Yes, I was.
In your investigation, did you also become aware of benefits being provided to another child of Lori Vallow, Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you learn that starting in June of 2018, Tylee Ryan was receiving survivor benefits from Social Security for the death of her father?
Yes.
In 2019, how much was Tylee Ryan receiving?
Approximately $18.59 per month.
Is there a representative payee for a child who is receiving Social Security benefits as survivor?
Yes, there is.
What is a representative payee?
So based upon a child being a minor, we would appoint a called representative payee. So that person would be the payee on behalf of that child. So they would have a bank account and they pay money from us on behalf of that child to pay for shelter, clothes, money, that sort of thing, food, that sort of thing.
So in the case of Tylee Ryan, was Lori Vallow the representative payee for Tylee Ryan?
She was.
And is in general, those benefits you said are put into a bank account that can be held by both the child and the payee?
Correct.
Now, If Lori Vallow was married in June of 2018 to someone else, not Tylee's father, would she still receive that mother of survivor benefits?
She would not.
How does a person go about applying for survivor benefits from Social Security?
So upon the passing of the recipient, say a father, they would have to go into the office or apply online, and then have an appointment to confirm the details for that survivor receiving benefits on behalf of that decedent.
And so that's the normal course of business, is to have someone come in eventually and speak with someone about verifying different important aspects to consider when determining whether or not to provide survivor benefits.
Correct.
During your investigation, did you become aware of Lori Vallow going to an appointment with someone from Social Security Administration related to JJ?
Yes.
When was that?
On or about August 12th, 2019.
During that meeting, did Lori Vallow have to answer questions relating to her relationship with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Did she have to, for instance, provide the date when she and Charles Vallow were married?
Yes.
When was that?
The date of the marriage, and have to be refreshed from a document for that.
Sure. Let me see if I have the right one here. If I can have my paralegal approach.
It would have been on February 24th, 2006.
And you can leave that with me. Thank you. During that meeting on August 12th of 2019, was Lori Vallow questioned about whether or not she and Charles Vallow were living together at the time of his death?
She was.
And what did Lori Vallow tell Social Security on August 12th of 2019 about whether or not she and Charles Vallow were still living together at the time of his death?
She confirmed they were living together at the time of his death.
Is that important in trying to determine survivor benefits?
It definitely helps the agencies determine if benefits are entitled to the recipient, correct?
Now, as part of your job, sort of working for the Office of Investigations for Social Security, did you become involved in looking at these benefits that were awarded to Lori Vallow and to JJ Vallow as a result of the death of Leland Charles Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you were familiar with the notice of award letters that Social Security sends out.
Yes.
And are those letters created in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they created at or near the time when that person goes in to make that appointment and a decision is made to provide those survivor benefits?
Yes, correct.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 213 and 214. Do you recognize what those two exhibits are?
I do.
And are those the notice of award letters sent to Lori Vallow regarding survivor benefits for both herself and for JJ Vallow?
Yes, they are.
And those are the documents you talked about that were created in the normal course of business
Yes.
at or near the time of that decision?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 213 and 214.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
213, 214 are admitted.
And if I can get those so I can publish them as well, Your Honor. Hello, please. Thank you. All right. Let's start with 213. Maybe. autofocus there. Okay, so what we see here in 213 is this the letter that would be sent to Lori Vallow on behalf of Joshua Jackson Vallow, JJ Vallow.
Yes, correct.
And we see it was sent to an address in Santan Valley.
Yes.
Okay. Does this letter provide or advise how much money that Lori Vallow would receive or that JJ Vallow would receive as a result of the death of his father?
It does.
And how much would he receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It'd be $19.51 per month, and also mentions the back pay from the date of death for Charles up until that date of the letter.
Okay. So monthly, the $19.51, and then a back pay of $3,902?
Correct.
Exhibit 2014. When Ms. Vallow went in on August 12th, would that be the same, during that meeting, would they have been questioning her with regards to both JJ as well as her survivor benefits?
Yes.
So this letter is from that same meeting.
Yes.
In 214 again, this one we see that it's only addressed to Lori Vallow, but at the same 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley.
Yes.
And how much money was Ms. Vallow set to receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It would be $19.51 per month.
Is that the same as what JJ was getting?
Yes, it'd be mirroring the same amount that JJ was receiving. Yes, correct.
So basically she's getting about $4,000 a month?
Approximately, yes.
Now, in these letters and the other documentation you reviewed, we see her as Lori N. Vallow, correct?
Yes.
In your investigation, did you ever learn whether or not Lori N. Vallow ever remarried and became Lori N. Daybell?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your investigation what the date of that marriage was when Lori N. Vallow became Lori N. Daybell?
November 5th, 2019.
And who did Lori Vallow marry?
Chad Daybell.
No other questions for this witness, Your Honor?
Cross.
Mr. Suri, the Social Security, as a surviving spouse, can you get benefits if you didn't have any children?
I believe so, correct? Yes.
Okay, so if you've been married for longer than 10 years, you get spousal surviving benefits. Is that correct?
There are some rules for that. I believe that is correct, I believe, yes.
And so if I had been married to my husband for 10 years and his previous wife had been married to my husband for over 10 years, she would also get that surviving spouse benefit?
What's your question again? Who's the she part? Didn't follow that part.
Okay, just a previous person who has been married to my husband previous to me for more than 10 years. I mean, that's what Social Security does, right?
I'm not sure. What is your question? I'm trying to.
Okay, sorry. So if there were two spouses to a deceased husband consecutively, and they were both each married for over 10 years to that same husband, they would both receive a spousal benefit or could apply for and receive that spousal benefit. Is that correct?
That's more of an administrative issue. I have to obviously I'm not aware of all those policies for that kind of issue. So I can't really answer yes or no to that question.
Okay. So if it was explained to me when I was at the Social Security office that I could receive that.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay, but it is possible. You're just not aware of it. Is that correct?
I would have to ask an expert in our agency for administrative rules on that.
Okay, and what is your expertise at? Social Security?
I'm a special agent.
And so you just investigate, is that correct?
Investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse with Social Security, correct?
You investigate fraud, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you're not really privy to what an agent might be telling a person as they come in to get Social Security, is that correct?
What they tell an agent, an employee, or what is your question again?
Yes, so you're not really privy to what the employees are telling the regular people that come in to the Social Security office.
I'm not there for those appointments, correct?
So you don't really understand what all benefits can be given?
We with OIG investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse. So we are the experts for that. And we also have experts internally in Social Security we look to for guidance on internal rules that are more complex, if that kind of helps you out.
Okay. So you had said something about mother in care benefits. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and it's the same dollar amount as the child in care benefits. Is that correct?
There's two benefits, for the child in care and also for JJ. They were the mirroring same amount, correct?
But wouldn't the mother in care benefits be for the child?
It would be if that individual had the child in their care, correct?
Right. So, but a spousal benefit, if you've been married for over 10 years and you didn't have any children, you would still be entitled to that. Isn't that correct?
My understanding is that you have to be a certain age to get that benefit, to be a certain age to apply for that. In this situation here, due to the decedent Charles dying, there was a benefit for the child only that was receiving, as well as child in care. So only two benefits were received for the child, also child in care as well.
So my question is, how is that determined by the employee? Like if it's spousal benefit or if it's a mother in care benefit?
It'd be up to the applicant to apply for the benefits.
So if you applied for the spousal benefit and they gave you the mother in care benefit instead, how would you know the difference? You just know that that was the monthly amount you were getting?
You would receive a letter in the mail. You also would be at the appointment very clearly told what you were applying for. It should not be any confusion at all what you're applying for at that appointment.
Okay. So if you were told that you were getting the spousal benefit,
Yeah, it's sustained.
if an employee told a recipient that they were getting a spousal benefit,
I'll allow him to answer that hypothetical if he knows.
if an employee were to tell someone they were getting a spousal benefit and they received a letter in the mail saying it was a mother in care benefit, should they call the Social Security office and clear that up?
It would be up to the applicant if they received a letter in the mail to contact Social Security and say, hey, this is the wrong benefit I'm receiving. So it would be up to the applicant to let Social Security know that benefit is not correct.
So if the employee put it in as something other than they told the recipient, then it would just be up to the recipient to correct that. Is that correct?
Social Security goes off of information that's provided to the agency by the applicant. That makes sense. So it's up to the applicant to be truthful and provide the right information to the agency.
So do you have a copy of my application for either of these benefits?
I'd have to ask the prosecutor for that information.
Okay. Have you ever seen one to your knowledge that you remember?
Yes.
You've seen my applications?
Yes, I have.
And were they for mother in care?
It was for survivors for JJ as well as for mother child in care as well.
So the application that I filled out was not for spousal benefit. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I'm sorry.
he can answer if he knows, if he recalls the answer.
Repeat the question, please.
I'm saying, so of the records that you saw, I did not have a spousal survivor benefit application.
The records I saw were an application for survivors benefits for JJ as well as for child in care as well. For two different benefits that you were receiving.
Okay, so Is there an application for spousal benefit?
I'm only aware of the two benefits you're receiving, which was for JJ and for mother, child, and care.
So it could have been a mix-up of the employee. Is that what you're saying?
They would have been relying on information you would provide at that application appointment, August 12th, 2019.
And this is a filled out form application? Is that what you're saying? It's not just something you verbally give to the employee?
I believe you could do it online ahead of time, but you were present, I believe, on August 12th at the office to go through line by line, I believe, with that application.
So if I thought I was getting, if a person So in your investigation of this fraud, you have seen all of my applications, is that correct?
I reviewed any and all documents that we have in relation to JJ as well as to you receiving benefits on his behalf, correct?
And you do not recall seeing any spousal surviving benefit application, is that correct?
All that I recall seeing was, once again, the two applications, one for mother, child, and care, and one for JJ as well.
And isn't that a redundant benefit?
Which benefit?
The mother in child care and the child in care. Isn't that that's basically the same thing?
JJ had a benefit for himself solely, then a second one to be mother, child, and care.
To take care of the child.
Correct. The child has to be under your care, custody, and control during that time period, correct?
So when you're receiving these Social Security benefits, they want them to be for the things that you stated previously, right?
I gave a few examples, but it is for the benefit of the child, correct?
Right. And it's supposed to be spent on food and clothes, and it could be spent on an electric bill, and it can be spent on rent. They want you to utilize that money on a monthly basis. Is that correct?
Correct. Or you could also conserve it for the child as well, but that is correct.
And that they can do an audit any time of your account to make sure that you're spending it on those correct things. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And they want it to be spent every month, and you can't really save it for college. Is that correct?
No.
So if an employee told that to a recipient, that would be incorrect?
The benefit is for the child. The money can be saved or spent on the child.
So if a recipient was told that all the money has to be spent every month on the care for the child and could not be saved for college because it is Social Security.
The objection sustained for it's straying into you testifying, ma'am.
So it is not your understanding that that benefit has to be spent every month. Is that correct?
Sustained.
So you are not aware of that?
Sustained.
Can I have a moment to confer?
Go ahead.
Mr. Sari, you weren't present at the interview with me and the employee at the Social Security office on August 12th, were you?
I was not.
So you do not really know what was said Is that correct?
Correct.
So you just saw the applications in the later time?
Yes.
What time about when you started investigating this fraud?
In or about January 2020.
And who is your superior?
Is your question who my boss is, or?
Yeah.
I have a special agent in charge who's my immediate boss. Yeah.
Sustained.
Who assigned my case to you? That's my question.
It's not really relevant, but you can answer, sir.
Are you asking for the name, or what are you looking for as far as your question?
The name would be fine.
At the time, it was special agent in charge, Joe Rogers. He's now retired.
And he was your direct?
He was my ASAC at the time.
And that came to you in January of 2020?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
August 12th of 2019, when Ms. Vallow went to Social Security and had a meeting, what is the point of that meeting?
The point of that is for an applicant to come into Social Security, apply for benefits, and then have Social Security determine if they're eligible or not for those benefits.
You have up with you a paper that was provided to you earlier to review. After that meeting, was a letter sent to Mrs. Vallow relating to the answer she gave and the benefits she was requesting?
Yes.
Is that what you were looking at when you were looking at some of the information that she had provided?
Yes.
So in that letter that was sent to Ms. Vallow, what address was that sent to?
It would be the 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley, Arizona.
And so that letter covers the answer she gave that we previously discussed of when she married Charles Vallow, for instance.
Correct.
Children that they had.
Yes.
That they were still living together.
Yes.
And then discussed what she would be applying for.
Yes.
When you, in your understanding and having investigated these crimes, does Social Security just start deciding for people what benefits they feel they might want? Do they make decisions for them? Hey,
No.
you look like you might want these benefits.
Not at all, no.
So regardless of whether any of us understand why Social Security would give benefits for a child and for the mother of the child if they're still married to the spouse, that is what you can get?
They would ask the applicant what they are applying for, correct, as far as for that benefit.
So when a couple is married and they have a child together and one of those spouses dies, the other spouse may be entitled to benefits for the child.
As a small business owner, you learn to wear a lot of hats. The custodian hat.
So in addition to the initial letter after that August 12th meeting, then Ms. Vallow was sent the second two letters, exhibits 213 and 214, that showed her how much she was ultimately awarded.
Correct.
One of them, one letter was sent to her specifically for JJ.
Yes.
And the other letter was sent to her specifically for herself as the mother in care of JJ.
Yes.
And that's the one where we saw it was her name for JJ.
Yes.
In your investigation, you did not see any surviving spousal benefits.
I did not.
All you saw in looking through reams of documents was that Mrs. Vallow was receiving those two benefits that we've discussed.
Correct.
You were asked about when you began investigating this case, correct?
Yes.
And would those benefits for Lori Vallow have terminated when she became Lori Daybell?
Yes. Upon a remarriage, that mother-child and care benefit would immediately cease.
But the benefits for JJ would have continued.
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one coming down.
The waiting game. Please hit the thumbs up, my friends. Thank you, Whispering Winds. Yes, in Arizona, they allow the jurors to submit questions, and the judge looks at the questions and then admits them. And they do that so the jurors have more explanation, understanding. They can get their questions asked regarding evidence, witness testimony. So when they go in to deliberate, they have more grasp of everything that they've heard and learned.
I have a couple questions for you, sir. Were payments to Lori Vallow stopped after your investigation?
They were, yes.
And during your investigation, do you know if Lori Vallow notified Social Security of her new marriage?
She did not.
Based on those questions, did the defendant have any follow-up for this witness?
Can I?
Do you have any follow-up?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Sari, you said that I did not notify Social Security of my marriage
Correct?
that you know of.
To my knowledge, you have not? No.
Okay. So you don't know if in Hawaii I was at the Social Security office and notified them?
Sustain. It's, again,
But you're
testifying.
So would you have all of the information from every office in that regard?
From our review of the records, there is no notification at all of you ever notifying Social Security of that marriage.
Of the records that you had access to, is that correct?
From our review of the Social Security databases, which would encompass notifications, we have seen 0 notifications.
And what would you have to do to put in a notification?
An employee would have to go on the record and make a change or make a report of contact, that sort of thing.
And so that would go into a major database and then it would be available to you as well?
We would have access to view and see if there was any changes made. There were no changes made after August 2019 on your behalf.
So none were made in November, to your knowledge?
There were none made.
And is that something that you would be made privy to
Yes.
in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
So it's not something that you could have just missed?
I did not miss it, correct?
Okay.
Redirect.
Thank you. So, to be clear, does Social Security use computer systems to keep all this data?
They do.
You don't just have pieces of paper lying around that maybe you miss?
Correct.
So whenever anything is updated anywhere in the country, it's put into a database that you were able to access.
Yes.
And you did access it.
Yes.
And you reviewed everything that was in there.
Yes.
And you at no point saw any information to indicate that any changes were ever made to those benefits after August of 2019?
Correct.
And Social Security was not advised that Ms. Vallow had been married in November of 2019?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, sir, you can step down. State, have another witness we can start?
I do.
Go ahead.
I may go get her.
All right, you're going to come right up here. Stand right right here in front of this bar, and my clerk will swear you in.
Can you spell your name for the record? You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You're gonna walk around the support reporter, have a seat to my left.
Do you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Robin Smith Scott.
I'm going to have you move up or pull down that mic so we can hear you a little better. Thank you. Where do you work?
I work at Banner Life Insurance Company.
How long have you worked there?
13 years.
What type of, well, let me start with what does Banner Life Insurance do?
We are strictly a life insurance company. Customers can purchase life insurance policies.
And what do you do for Banner Life Insurance?
I work in the claims department as a claims representative. I process death claims.
Have you previously had to testify before about a payout of policy?
Yes.
I'm going to start by asking some real general questions so we understand sort of life insurance. How does someone go about getting life insurance?
They could go through an agent. More recent years, you can apply online. There's information, you fill out an application, basic information regarding yourself. There could be some financial questions, health questions.
Okay. And you talked about an agent. What is an agent in there?
An agent is someone outside of our company, but they do business with us. They'll generally try to, find the best coverage and possibly best prices through, different companies for their clients.
When we're talking about life insurance, is there something called a policy owner?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
Pretty much exactly what it states. The policy owner owns the policy. They are the ones that basically can make any changes to the policy during the insured's lifetime, such as they can relinquish ownership. So basically do an ownership change. They can change the beneficiary. They could decrease the value of the policy, if they chose to. They basically have complete control of the policy.
What's the difference between the policy owner and the insured?
So the insured, the policy covers that person's life in the event of that person's passing. The death benefit would be paid to the beneficiary, but the policy owner, if that person is different than is not the insured, again, the policy owner is the only one who can make changes to the policy.
So there are times where the policy owner and the insured are not the same?
Correct.
Can the policy owner and insured then be the same person?
Yes.
As well? Okay. And you said the policy owner is able to change the beneficiaries. What do we mean? What is a beneficiary?
The beneficiary is who will receive the death benefit in the event of the insured's death.
Okay. Can the insured, if they're not the policy owner, change the beneficiaries?
If they do not own the policy, they cannot make that change.
Can the beneficiary, if they aren't the policy owner, change anything about the life insurance policy?
No.
Can they, when someone passes away, who decides who will actually be paid out? Who makes that decision of who will get the benefits paid out?
Well, as us claims examiners, we are going to review the policy, any documents that have been submitted through the lifetime of that policy. And we are going to determine and confirm who the primary beneficiary of the policy is.
So if someone obtains a life insurance policy and initially has one beneficiary, they can later file some new forms and create and change that to a different person?
Yes.
So you have to look through and make sure that you have the most recent beneficiary.
Correct.
When someone calls in to make a claim on a life insurance, I say so-and-so passed away, is it customary for claims adjusters like yourself at Banner Life to sort of take that information and then look into all these things to make sure you know all of the different changes that may have occurred?
Yes, that is our standard process.
Does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of all of those policies as part of sort of your normal business practice?
Yes.
And does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of any modifications to a person's life insurance policy as part of the business practice?
Yes.
If someone wants to modify who the beneficiary is, how do they go about doing that?
They would request a beneficiary change form. They can also access online if they are able to provide the proper security things through the website. But they would normally contact our customer service department, request a beneficiary change form, and complete it and return it. It is then reviewed by our customer service representatives to make sure it is completed appropriately. And if so, the change will be made. If not, then it's rejected.
Okay. Does a beneficiary modification form have to be notarized?
It depends on the amount of the policy. I believe anything that's 500,000 and above would need to be notarized.
So a policy for $1 million would require it to be notarized if you're changing the beneficiary?
Yes.
When people call in to the claims department requesting a payout, are those calls recorded?
Yes, they are.
And is that done in the normal course of business with Banner Life Insurance?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the life insurance policy with your company for Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how much that life insurance policy was for?
Yes.
How much was it for?
$1 million.
Prior to February 26th of 2019, who was the beneficiary of Charles Vallow's life insurance policy with Banner?
Prior to that date, Lori Vallow was the beneficiary.
So prior to February 26th of 2019, if Charles Vallow had passed away, would his wife Lori Vallow have gotten $1 million?
Correct.
In February of 2019, did Charles Vallow call Banner Life Insurance and request a beneficiary designation form?
He did.
Was one sent to him?
Yes, it was emailed to him.
And did Banner Life Insurance then receive a beneficiary designation form on February 26th of 2019 from Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Was that notarized?
Yes.
And in that beneficiary designation form, did Charles Vallow change the beneficiary for his life insurance?
Yes.
Who did he make the primary beneficiary for the life insurance?
His sister, Kay Woodcock.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with 215.
Go ahead.
Looking at 215, do you recognize that both as an affidavit authenticating the Banner Life Insurance documents?
Yes.
As well as the beneficiary designation form change from February 26th of 2019?
Yes.
That we were just discussing. In there, is there also a CD?
Yes.
Does that contain a recording of your call with Lori Vallow on July 15th of 2019?
Yes.
Would you like to listen to that to verify that?
Yes, please.
And do you recognize that as the call from July 15th of 2019?
I do recognize the call.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 215.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
215 is admitted.
And if we could
All
perhaps
in?
break at this point
Okay.
since it's 12:01, otherwise it'll be playing for a
All
while.
right, let's take our lunch recess for the jury. Please remember the admonition will resume with the jury at 1:30.
All rise for the jury.
During, yeah, you can step down, ma'am. We attempted a sidebar during the previous witness. There were a number of questions. We had some technical difficulty with our headsets, so some of it didn't get captured by the court reporter. So for the record, on juror question form number 8, there were 3 questions. The first question was, were payments to Lori Vallow stopped after your investigation, which we did ask the last witness. Neither side objected to that question. The second question, if an applicant lied on an application, would an applicant have to pay back money they received? Both the state and the defense agreed that that question should not be asked, and it was not asked. The third question, did Lori notify Social Security of her remarriage or new marriage? The state did not object to, the defendant did object to that question as to its relevance. The state's argument was that it went toward motive. The court did ultimately ask that question of the witness. I think that's a accurate recitation of what happened at the sidebar. Does the state want to add anything or correct anything? Does the defendant want to add or correct anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Secondly, before I forget, I'm going to order that the clerk file the email that was sent by the state to my staff advisory council and the legal assistant for the defendant on Friday, April 11th at 4:35 p.m. And that's the email regarding the service of the subpoena on Bobby Vallow. Can we take up these motions that we referenced this morning at 1:15? We have a time to read those over the lunch?
I will try to, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll address those at 1:15. Anything else from the state? Defense?
Not at this time.
All right, we'll be recessed till 1:15.
Okay, everyone, we are going to go ahead and break for lunch. Let me mute him. Hold on. We are going to go ahead and break for lunch, and I will see you back here. How long did they say? I didn't catch that. I was doing something. So I will see you back here in a little bit for lunch. You may stay in here and eat and chat, come and go. I will be in and out myself, but the room will stay open. See y'all in a bit. Hey, y'all. I am going to, while we're waiting, read you a couple of Hong's messages. Much appreciated, though, if you all would read my last message that I put in. Please don't roll into chat announcing who else is going live. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all much. Listen to this. Hong put 2 hours ago, "Hey, Katie, did you have the guts to look him in the eyes before you did it?" Wow. Then he put, "Proud foot triggered again. Don't pull it this time, tough guy. You learned your lesson February 25th, 2024. Crybaby. Your stepson missing and you talking about thongs and bongs. Pathetic deadbeat. You were never a dad. Ask Faith. Oh, you can't because you're not a dad." These are Hong Ji's. So 3 hours ago, and this is very true. Well, I agree with everything he's saying, but Sumner County is so calm for an area with kidnappers on the prowl. Or maybe they know it was an isolated incident and it won't happen again because he's gone. If you know what you know, right, Chris? $3 hours ago, Blip is going to match at night, dollar for Sebastian Rogers. Thank you, at Blip Boards. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. You all. Blip is going to match at night, dollar for Sebastian Rogers. Thank you, at Blip Boards. If you want to run campaigns, sign up and run them yourself. Don't donate to frauds who will say they open a Blip Board. It's easy to do. Says, I wanted to show you the one where he's talking about the billboards. Hold on 1 second. Let me find it. The billboards going up. About where they are located. What we were talking about this morning. So hold on 1 second. Hope everyone's enjoying their lunch. Jen, I'm going to get to you in a second about what you want to tell me. One moment. I'm going to mute for a second while I look for it. Okay. The bulletin board that says, "I cried, you lied." Hong Ji put, "This is dedicated to Chris Proudfoot. He will see it on the way to and from Horn Lake until we bring Sebastian home. He will see it on the way to and from Memphis. He will see it to and from Nashville." I cried, you lied. That bulletin board, that is what's going to be posted. That was the Mississippi, Tennessee one I was telling you about earlier, but I was trying to get specific locations for you. So Hong explained it to us. He will see it on the way to and from Horn Lake until we bring Sebastian home. He will see it on the way to and from Memphis, and he will see it to and from Nashville. Oh, I'm glad he said this. Hong also explained something. We will search on the ground when the day comes. It hasn't come yet because we still believe Sebastian is alive. But now that we are activating these billboards in all points of interest, is on. Ooh. Hold on, guys. Let me mute you. Sorry about that, my friends. Let's see what else. I'm just trying to give you some updates on Sebastian Rogers real quick. I will also go to, I really do appreciate the way Hong and At Night, Dog, Nick when he can, are keeping Sebastian's updates and name out there. Even when there isn't an update, they are reporting on him, getting Sebastian's name out there. Okay, let me go ahead and go over to At Night and see. What did you all eat for lunch? If you ate, or dinner, wherever you may be, breakfast. Okay, we do have an update from At Night 2 hours ago. The new bulletin board says still quoting villains, ? Now, I have not heard on the panels lately. One day ago At Night, if you haven't heard this one yet, sometimes you can just Google it, y'all. Go get your shirt. I have a Google it, y'all shirt. Jen in Georgia says she loves hers. So it says, sometimes you can just Google it, y'all. Sebastian Rogers vanished. Poof. His stepdad said, spinning a kidnapping, or worse, murder, into a Houdini-style joke. He's mocking the $447,000 reward as fake with a smug grin. Prove him wrong by calling us, and you're halfway to a millionaire's penthouse. Call Dwayne Dog Chapman, 844-922-3236, or email mostwanted@manhunts.1. Call it fake. Take the plunge and prove him wrong. The money is ready. It's your call and it's our number. It's never too late to rewrite your fate. You know, I know that the messages are bold, but I think they're important. And I think it's time that they're that bold, honestly. And I hope that someone will be enticed to come out. Now, here's another thing. We talk about some people may not want to come out because they're afraid, they need protection or would want protection. But someone talked to me yesterday and said, or dropped in a comment or an email and said, you can't ask protection. And this is their opinion. And this may be how a lot of people feel who live out there. You can't ask protection to the very people who are protecting CP and KP. So thus might be some of the problem, right? We have locals who don't know what's happening, but Hong's post is absolutely correct. Sumner County, do we have predators and kidnappers running around Sumner County pulling kids out of bed in the night? I think the community deserves to know that answer and has for 14 months, right? The community at large. I know that some have heard things and, been told things, but I'm talking about the majority of the community. It's never been addressed to them. The sheriff has never come out, nor has lead detective, never come out and said to the community, you are safe, we are safe. This was an isolated incident. It is not a stranger, or it is a stranger. You need to let them know. And we're 14 months down the road. So imagine, they're still in fear. I'm very surprised, that many of them aren't inquiring to find out, about the community safety. And I'm surprised that we're not hearing, Sumner County, you're safe. This was not a kidnapper. Because, they all know there's an Amber Alert, so they all believe there's a kidnapping. So if there's a kidnapping, they either think they're living in an area or nearby or next door or a mile away to a home where someone broke in and kidnapped a child or lured a child. And if that is not the case, I truly believe it is their due diligence to let them know that. And even to say, it wasn't, it's not a stranger running around. You're safe. I think they deserve that. And I bet they'll be hearing it as close as the election gets closer and closer. May of 2026 is the sheriff's re-election. Also, the county commissioners of Sumner County. And we know some were there that first day, and they all have knowledge, in our opinion, right? From the command post chatter. So we have elections coming up. So pressure. But I think the community needs to hear, the constituents of these people running for office need to hear whether they should fear someone living amongst them or someone who crept into their community and snatched a child. That 1%, which I do not believe occurred, in my opinion, based on the other things we've watched in the case. But I'm not a professional and I'm not law enforcement. Right? So very interesting. So I do agree. I agree with the bold statements is what I'm saying on the bulletin boards. I think it's important. I think that rattling, when people get comfortable, we see these things come out, they rattle them and they need to. So we are just waiting. We are on a lunch break, so I am going to mute for a few minutes. I just wanted to give you those updates because I saw in the chat that you were all at saying Hong was making comments, good ones towards KP in your opinion, and I wanted to be able to read them to you because they are, and I agree with you. They're necessary now. I definitely agree with you. And I am very delighted that there is an individual who will be driving by bulletin boards until Sebastian is found. I agree. If it was a stranger, Sumner County would have already said something, but they need to update everyone. I agree. Great comment. So it's very telling, right? They haven't said anything. Because think about it. If they say it's not a stranger, where is everybody going to begin to look? Most are, in my opinion, already looking there, allegedly. But where are eyes going to go? In the local community, right? The very individuals who, when Sebastian first went missing, did not want their last name released. I find that interesting. Allegedly. But I am challenging you. Please he's been doing his celebrity tour on panels allegedly lately. You know I don't listen. So my challenge is still there. Please tally in a week's time how many panels he goes on, how many minutes he spends on those panels, not searching, not helping, and please tally how many times on those panels he is speaking about the well-being and locating Sebastian Rogers. Now, I did get an audio clip of him talking about, or I heard it, him talking about disciplining him and shutting his phones down and stuff. And I cannot understand, after 14 months of not seeing a child, why you are still allegedly focusing on talking about punishing him. By that, I mean, come on. Is there not a single memory to discuss other than punishing him, in my opinion? So we are talking about Sebastian. We're just chatting right now, but we are waiting for the Vallow trial to resume. Lori being her own defense. Once the state rests, her defense list, she is on it, which she has two options to take the stand. She can take the stand and have her assisting side counsel. There's two of them. Ask her questions. One of them can ask her questions, or she can go up with a narrative. And if we know Lori like we know Lori, if you know, you know. I think she'll go with the narrative. It would be like, in her eyes, a big spotlight on her, and the room's dark, and she's illuminated, and all eyes on her. You're so cute, Jen. Yes, Castle. I love that comment too, because Sebastian was always in trouble, and why and for what? Always. And we're still discussing it instead of discussing missing him, what it's like not having him around, things you miss hearing him say, things you miss seeing him do, things you miss doing with him, right? No, we don't hear that. We will be also talking tonight about the little young lady, bless her heart, Isabella Loving, found deceased after being brutally abused by her father, who has been arrested, and his bail is $1 million cash. Heartbreaking story. We read it this morning when we gathered. There were no updates on Jonathan Hong this morning. Dog posted 3 days ago, it's always fighting season in Philly. Yeehaw, Phillies. I'm just so impressed with the things that are getting done, right? Oh, I know what I wanted to talk to y'all about. I am so glad, and I'm bringing this up in my live too, but I am going to talk to y'all about, I've received numerous emails from people about who at night is tagging with their messages. And I'm just going to, for instance, I just pulled one up, and obviously the FBI's tagged. FBI Director Cash is tagged. Donald Trump, Eric Trump. J.D. Vance, our Vice President. National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and Jelly Roll, who apparently is a very famous country singer who has, I'm looking just right on here, has 400, almost 400,000 followers on X. Okay, now, yeah, so Jelly Roll, who that, right? That's huge. That's for visibility. I think that can show you how far their reach is and how connected they are. Some people were saying, as we always get in this case, well, that's really weird to me. Well, I'm not sure. I wasn't sure why, but celebrities is who you want your eyes on. Look how much dog is brought to this. Donald Trump is being tagged. He's watching the case. Jelly Roll's watching. They're sharing. They're raising awareness. Those tags are important and they're relevant, and they are to important people. So, oops, sorry, got my other phone. So they're to important people. It's not suspect. It's visibility. It's reaching higher. Jonathan Hong's family reached higher. They were disappointed in law enforcement. They went to the FBI, who told them to complain to the Attorney General of Washington, who now is assigned an attorney to Jonathan's case. And guess what? Local law enforcement, who said they wouldn't search anymore and there wasn't any more they could do, is now doing stuff. Law enforcement, who would not look at the footage that the PI was trying to show them, is now reviewing the footage. Sometimes it takes a little kick in the pants, sadly. But they are tagging people who can make a difference. You go high, you go far, and that's what they're doing. They're bringing visibility. Yes, please. I thank you, Jen and Georgia. Let's not mention other chats. Jen will put you in timeout. You all can't hear me? Now can you hear me? Got it. Okay, thank you guys. Sorry, I was blabbing away. Were you listening to me talking, though? I was talking away. Jen, you threw me off. You had mute on? Gosh, Jen, you crack me up. Okay, I'm here. I was talking, going on and on about Sebastian's case. Going on and on about it. So, and I was also telling you about little Isabella Loving, which is heartbreaking also, and we'll be discussing her tonight. Oh, I was talking about the tags. Did you all hear me talking about the tags? Castle, you heard that, right? About me, who they were tagging? Yes, because you were commenting. Okay, good. So let me go over it again for Jen. Just teasing you, Jen. And no, I haven't gotten your pictures yet because I see my phone beeping, but I was doing something. Okay. Individuals are questioning the tags from that night. If you look, which I have, for instance, and they're saying this is suspect or this is cool. You know, we can't have we'll always have one group looking to see why something's nefarious, and then another group who is out in support. So I want to explain to those who think the tags are nefarious. Dog the Bounty Hunter has far reach. At Night and One World have far reach. When they tag people, and who is tagged, for instance, on one that I pulled up is Donald Trump, the FBI, FBI Director Cash, J.D. Vance, our Vice President, and Jelly Roll, a country singer, all of whom can bring great visibility to this case. Now, I'm sure the individuals who are upset about the tags are a little worried, or I don't know, because maybe the President of the United States, if someone's doing something they shouldn't, maybe they don't want him looking. Maybe they don't want Cash looking at the case, but it raises visibility. There's nothing suspect about it. If you knew a celebrity and your child was missing, would you ask that celebrity to put the word out? Of course you would. And Sebastian happens to have a celebrity searching for him, Dog the Bounty Hunter. And he has an intelligence agency, and One World Media, among many others. So that's that. So that's all I'm saying, y'all. Don't let it, just like the beautiful thing about Sebastian being up on that Phillies blip board 2,800 times on April 9th in front of a stadium of people arriving and leaving and watching a game. There's still people on X saying, well, great job. So you have to drive by it? Okay. So I don't know what to say. I don't know how to help when there's some people who wake up every day and all they're looking for is a way to nag and complain and see bad and dark and negative. And sadly, we have so many of them here in true crime. But they do not outnumber the people who are here for the right reasons. So. Cult Mom's enjoying her lunch, apparently. We will resume shortly, and I am going to go back on mute. If you have any other questions, I'm watching the chat. Jen, I'll go check for your pics. Yeah, Sebastian was always in trouble, and if Sebastian was always in trouble, like I said, why are we talking about it? But then why did we have Sunday Fun Day after the poker party where he allegedly got in so much trouble? They just sound like too strict to celebrate him 36 hours later, in my opinion. They have a big family day. I also want to know if that's common for them to have a big Sunday Fun Day. Remember, rule of law, rule of normal, law of normal. How many did they have? How many 3-hour phone calls have they had before and after February 25th? All those things will be evidence, my friends. I'm going to mute for a second while I look at my messages. If you're just joining us, I'll give you a little update on what we've seen so far. Today, there's going to be a motions hearing before the jury comes back in after lunch. They're going to continue with the witness that was on the stand, which is the prosecution's witness number 15. They have 6 more to go. Okay. And Lori said it was an accident, not a homicide, meaning Charles's death. Alex Cox shot Charles and claimed it was in self-defense because Charles came after him with a baseball bat. The trauma to Alex's head was very minimal, not even enough to want him to go to ER. Yet Charles was a baseball player, so would have made a little bit more of a damage, is what they're thinking. The prosecution was asking our life insurance person from Banner, forgive me, let me give you her name, Rachel Smith Scott, was asking, the prosecution asked her if it's normal to look up the policy and take time to verify what's being told to them, because they were told that by Lori the Monday following Charles' death that it was an accidental shooting and that she was the beneficiary. And of course, the agent said, or the representative of Banner said, yes, it does take some time. That is normal. Everything's reviewed on the policy file, along with any paperwork or any changes that have come in the course of the policy, which indeed did happen in this case, right? So she's claiming that it's accidental. And then Lori, of course, will have, once the prosecution rests, Lori will have her defense. And we read her witness list this morning. She's, now when Banner was originally called, they didn't know that there was a dispute over the beneficiary. And that's why they're just discussing that it takes time to review changes in the policy, things like that. And then they reviewed it, learned she was no longer the primary beneficiary, so they emailed Lori a letter. But the letter didn't tell her that it was Kay Woodcock. They didn't disclose the new beneficiary. And don't forget, tomorrow we're also starting at 10 a.m. instead of 10:30, the trial. Oh, one thing I wanted to tell you is they started to set up the dates for trial number 2 for her conspiracy to murder Brandon Bordeaux. Let me get that out for you. The judge started going over some rough dates this morning. Where's my booklet? There it is. And it's awesome because it's going to be during my summer break. It says trial 2 will probably begin May 29th with opening statements. So I believe he said May 23rd, and I don't know what he said May 23rd. I didn't catch it, but I'm assuming jury. I don't know. But May 29th, opening statements. May 30th, they'll walk the jurors in. June 2nd to the 6th, May 29th, they will begin. May 30th, they will walk the jury in, the jurors. June 2nd, they will begin with the opening statements and the evidence, and that will go till about the 6th. That will continue the 9th through the 13th, taking a break then until June 23rd, which they'll resume for 2 days, take a break, and go June 30th to July 3rd. And he's hoping that that will be enough time for them to complete the second trial, conspiracy to commit murder against her former nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux, who is in the courtroom. He is struck without prejudice he was struck from the witness list, so he could be in there. He was on Lori's witness list along with Nate Eaton, the reporter, and Nate was struck as well, so he is in there. Thank you, Austin. I didn't realize that. Austin said it's going to be a busy week with hearings. With an opinion possibly due on the Delco case on the 18th. We will be there covering it. Delco case being Delco, Pennsylvania. Yes, I did get it, Jim. I commented back to you. Totally cute setup. Loving the keyboard too, girl. Hi, Prayer Warrior. Thanks for listening. Good to see ya. I saw the kitty at the keyboard. Totally cute. Beautiful kitty. Absolutely. I love the way your keyboard lights up, too. And I love the fact that it's Kelsey's keyboard. Sweet girl. Okay, I'm going to mute for a bit.
Who's the who's the state calling this afternoon?
After we're finished with this witness, we have Jeff Moberg and then Cassandra and Clan.
Are you able to estimate yet when you think you're likely to conclude your case in chief?
I think likely Thursday.
All right. So we are moving at a fairly quick rate. Let's talk about these motions. One of them may be relevant this afternoon. The motion in limine regarding the questioning of police. Has the defendant have a chance to review that motion?
I did get a chance to review it, Your Honor.
Can you pull the microphone down?
I did get a chance to review it. I did not get an opportunity to discuss it with my advisory team. We were able to have like a 30-second discussion right before we came in. So I would like to have an opportunity to do that before I have to.
I think you said Mr. Did you say Mr. Moffat's testifying this afternoon?
No.
Oh, you didn't.
Moberg.
Moberg,
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry, no.
Can I see the witnesses?
So theoretically, she could, if we get to cross of Detective Cassandra in Clan, that could become potentially an issue there. I don't know. I only put.
Well, I guess here's the issue is, I don't know to what extent you might have intended on crossing police officers about why you weren't arrested that day or why your brother wasn't arrested that day or why it took however long for charges to be submitted or those types of things. Were those things you were planning on questioning anyone about?
Not exactly in those terms.
In what terms then?
Asking those specific questions, those were not on my list. However, it will become apparent that we were not arrested that day. So I don't foresee it being a problem. I'm not trying to
I think that the timing.
go into detail on that.
The timing of what was happening, how the investigation unfolded as far as timing, who was charged, who wasn't charged, would not be relevant. And I think that's what the state's motion is toward, because I think one of the first witnesses in the case, there was a question about why you or your brother weren't arrested that day, which again isn't relevant because if you go down that path, you could foreseeably open a door into, there's a lot of reasons why the investigation probably took quite a while, that the jury doesn't really need to know about, nor is it relevant for them to determine what did or didn't happen on that particular day that you've been charged with. But I'm just kind of giving you a heads up that I don't think it's relevant. If you think it's relevant and we get to cross of this witness today and you think you have a question regarding the timing or who was or wasn't arrested, ask if we can take a break, all right?
Okay, sure.
Then we have, well, let me ask the defendant this. You've subpoenaed Robert Bobby Vallow, apparently was sent that subpoena or served that subpoena for a date that's already passed. Is this, again, someone that you believe has relevant information to your case?
No, Your Honor, that was just an oversight. That was a mix-up of clerical error. So we apologize to him or his family or any distress that caused. That was mixed up with an exhibit. His name was mixed up with an exhibit. It's very difficult on the phone at the jail when they cut me off every 20 minutes. And sometimes the notifications that get to my paralegal and my investigator do not come through clearly.
All right. The court will find that that subpoena, first of all, wasn't effective in the way that it was served out of state on an out-of-state witness. It sounds like the defendant's withdrawing that subpoena. Can we say that?
Absolutely, you can crush it.
So that one's withdrawn. Are there other?
Your Honor, just, I know you filed the state's email. I did have attachments of that on there. If those are part of the record, can we seal that as well? Because obviously it still has Bobby Vallow's information.
I've only sealed your email and I've sealed the actual 2 subpoenas that we discussed this morning.
Thank you.
Was there another, Mr. Boudreau was served with a subpoena for this case, is that correct?
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
All right.
Those subpoenas were sent out from OPDS. We turned them into OPDS before you struck that witness, Your Honor. So
Okay, so that subpoena is effectively quashed, and as I said, that one would be filed under seal as well. Then we have, let me just check the time here, 1:23. The motion in limine regarding the testimony of the video observed by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett. Have you had a chance to review that and discuss it?
I haven't had a chance to discuss that with advisory council, and I would like the opportunity to do that, Your Honor.
All right, that's fine. I don't think that's imminent for today.
No.
And then I think we can also take up the state's third motion to preclude later today or sometime tomorrow. Is your next, let's have the witness come back in. I think all our jurors are present, so we can start a few minutes early. Let me ask my staff, they reprogram those headsets? All right, so we'll see.
Oh my. Taking a little short chat session. All right, please be seated. The jury is present. You can continue with your direct examination.
Thank you. When we took our break for lunch, we had just admitted Exhibit 215, I believe. And inside this contained the beneficiary designation form that was filled out by Mr. Vallow. Oops. Wait till we get our Elmo up. Correct. This is the form that we were discussing from the February 26th beneficiary change.
Yes, that's correct.
So we see that it's signed and notarized.
Correct.
And what this then shows is the primary beneficiary is now Ethel Kay Woodcock.
Yes.
And then Were there also contingent beneficiaries?
Yes, there were.
What are contingent beneficiaries?
Contingent beneficiaries are listed in the event the insured passes away and the primary beneficiary had predeceased the insured, meaning passing away before the insured. Since the primary beneficiary was no longer living, it would then drop to the contingent beneficiaries to receive the death benefit.
Okay. So if Kay Woodcock had not been around when Charles passed, then it would have gone to Nicholas Charles Vallow and Zachary Chase Vallow.
That's correct.
When a primary beneficiary or a contingent beneficiary is removed from someone's life insurance policy, does Banner Life Insurance call that person up and let them know, hey, letting you know you're not the primary beneficiary anymore?
No.
Why not?
They're not.
Typically, a person's main concern when trying to figure out what estate plan to establish is what it's going to cost. And we really tailor our estate plans to be affordable and.
So again, the policy owner is the person who can do whatever they want with the policy.
Correct.
On July 15th of 2019, did Lori Ann Vallow call Banner Life Insurance to make a death claim?
Yes.
And was that call recorded?
Yes, it was.
And is that the audio that you listened to before we took our break for lunch?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, if I may publish this? And again, that's just something that's the normal course of business that Banner Life records all of those people.
All of our calls are recorded, yes.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number? Sure. Yes. Okay, one moment, please. May I have the name of the insured? L. Charles Vallow. And who am I speaking with? This is Lori Vallow. And your relationship to the insured? He's my husband. Okay, one moment. Okay, ma'am, I'm just going to need to ask you a few questions so that I can open the claim, and then I can go over the claim procedure with you and answer any questions that you may have afterwards. That would be great. Okay, first of all, may I have your daytime phone number, please? Sure, it's 8. And what was the date of Mr. Vallow's passing? July 11th. And what was the cause of his passing? Well, he was shot. Okay, so I don't know how I want to put that. Okay, all right. And I hate to ask, but is it? Yeah, you can just say yes or no.
No.
Was it a homicide? No, it was an accident. An accident, okay. Okay. And what state did he pass away in? Arizona. Okay. Just bear with me for one moment. I just need need to pull up a few other things. Okay. Are you aware of who the primary beneficiary of the policy is? It's me. Okay. And may I have your, I'm sorry, one moment, my computer just went away for a second. Okay. And may I have your current mailing address? Sure, it's 55. Eight 5249. Okay, ma'am. That is all the information I need to open the claim. What we will do now is review the policy and the file to confirm the beneficiary information and determine the claim requirements that we will need to settle this particular claim. Once we have completed our review, we will prepare a claim packet to send to the named beneficiary once that has been confirmed. And the claim packet can either be mailed or emailed or faxed. How would you like to receive a correspondence? Email would be great. Okay, and what is your email address? It's Lori, Lori. Okay. All right, so you should receive an email from our office within the next 3 to 5 business days or sooner. It will have the instructions listed. Once you receive the information, if you have any questions whatsoever, please don't hesitate to give our office a call, and then we can go from there. Okay, is there anything I can help you with at this time? That's it, I think. Okay, ma'am. Well, I'm very sorry for your loss. You take care of yourself. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right, so we hear in Exhibit 215, that's yourself speaking with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
And we hear her, you ask her if she knew who the primary beneficiary was, correct?
Yes.
And who did she advise was the primary beneficiary?
Herself.
We also hear you ask about sort of the cause of death for Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And you asked when there was a pause if it could be, well, after she told you he was shot, right?
Yes.
Did you need to know sort of, was it a suicide? Was it a homicide? Was it a?
Correct, yes.
And so did you follow up by asking her if it was a homicide?
Yes.
And she advised you it was an accident.
Correct.
You got a phone number from her, the 808-755-5452 number?
Yes.
And her email address, the Lori for Style at iCloud account?
Yes.
And then you had verified with her that she wanted to receive any correspondence by email, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in fact, did you advise her that the named beneficiary would receive information via email then?
Correct.
Is it normal when you have someone call in to make a death claim to wait and look up things before you let them know?
Yes, that is our standard procedure.
Okay, so you weren't doing anything weird there. That's just what you guys have to do. So what does Banner Life do to verify that that person that Lori Vallow was the beneficiary?
We review everything on the policy file in the system, as well as any paper document that has come through, such as an ownership change, beneficiary change, anything of that nature during the entire life of the policy since it was issued, to confirm that information, to make sure that we are providing the information to the appropriate party.
Did you in this call know at some point that there was perhaps something incorrect about her being the beneficiary?
Not during the call.
did you look up afterwards?
Yes.
When somebody calls in to notify that there's been a death and try to get the policy payout, what would normally be required? Do they just have to call in and then you send them a check if their name's on there?
No. We review each policy to determine the claim requirements for that specific claim. They can vary from claim to claim, depending on, the situation with that particular policy. That is why we do prepare a claim packet specific for each claim that has been reported. We provide a packet of information with a cover letter that lists the claim requirements that are needed. And the two things that are always going to be required is our specific claim form that we provide for the beneficiary to complete, as well as a death certificate, which states both cause and manner of death.
Okay. So after Lori Vallow calls saying she's the primary beneficiary of that life insurance policy for her husband, Charles Vallow, did Banner Life Insurance actually determine that she was not the primary beneficiary?
That's correct.
So now that you know she's not the primary beneficiary, how did you notify her of that?
I believe there was a letter that was submitted to her via email as she requested correspondence to be delivered to her in that aspect.
So would the letter tell her who was the primary beneficiary?
No.
Would the letter have told her when that was changed?
No.
It just advised her, would have advised her that she was not the primary beneficiary. Would Banner Life ever tell anyone who the new beneficiary is?
No.
Why not?
We can't release that information. That's personal and private information.
And that's something that just the policy owner has the right to determine.
Correct.
So was an email sent to Lori Vallow on July 18th of 2019 to advise her that she was not the beneficiary?
Yes.
And did she call back to speak with you about the issue?
Yes.
And was there sort of a back and forth of phone tag before you were able to finally speak with her?
Yes, I believe she left a voicemail for me as I was unavailable. I returned her call and I believe I had to leave her a voicemail, and then she did call me back and we were able to connect at that point.
Okay. Aaron, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 280.
If you think you need to take 10,000 steps in order to see results, you're being lied to. I was 180 pounds when I first started this, and I'm down to 130, and I walk.
Listen to that and see if you recognize that as yourself and Ms. Vallow again from the July 18th of 2019 conversation. Maybe you can just let us know when you have heard and recognized that as the July 18th of 2019 call.
Yes, I do recognize the phone call.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 280.
280.
280.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
280 is admitted.
And if we may publish that.
Claims Department. This is Robin. May I have the policy number?
Sure.
Okay, I do have the policy pulled up. Who am I speaking with?
This is Lori Vallow. I'm returning your call.
Yeah.
I missed you.
Okay, no problem. Let me just get all of this information up. Okay, so in your voicemail, you stated that you had something that stated you are the beneficiary of the policy.
Right. So I have the original policy where I was the beneficiary, the sole beneficiary, and then we changed the policy to where I was 80% and we added two people, the Porches, who invested in our company for each 10%. And that's the last one I have. That's the last update that I have. So can you tell me when that was changed again? I mean, I know my husband is the agent on record, so he can change it. He's the owner.
Okay, I don't see anything regarding the second change that you said. I don't, and with those percentages, I don't see anything at all with you as 80% at any time.
Okay, so
but
maybe that's something he just told him he was going to do. That's just a handwritten copy I have that I found. So.
Okay, so well, I really can't give too much information, but I can tell you that the beneficiary was changed in March of this year.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what he was doing since we have 5 kids and we've been married for 15 years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I know he owes a lot of people money, and I was worried if I got money, they'd be coming after me for money.
Right, no, I understand that.
But now I will be with none. So, but did he change it to one person or was it several people?
Unfortunately, I can't release that. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I know you can't tell. We're in the business. My husband is the agent. He's the agent.
Okay.
So
Got it. Okay.
We deal with this business all the time, so I kind of know how it works, but I'm completely surprised.
Right.
We have our 7-year-old with autism that we adopted together, so I am surprised that he would do that without telling me.
I'm so sorry.
So, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that, even though it's community coverage, and it's his policy.
No, this is a contract that we have with the insured, exactly. So he's able to make any changes, during the lifetime of the policy.
Well, can I check? I mean, I have a policy, a $2 million policy on me. And since he's the agent, would he have been able to change the beneficiary on my policy?
Not if he was the agent. He would have had to have owned the policy, but I can certainly check.
But if he would have signed my name, could he have done that? I wonder.
I mean, I don't, I would hope that wouldn't happen, but let me just pull up. Okay, let me just take a look and see what I can find on you.
Just under Lori Vallow, it would be under Lori and Vallow. We have a $2 million policy on me, but I'm not even sure it's with Banner Life.
I'm not showing that it's with us.
Okay. It might be Life of the Southwest. We work with several companies.
Right.
But I could call them and ask, I'm just asking the question, like, I could call them and ask them and make sure the beneficiary is who I say. I mean,
I would. I mean, if you have a concern of that nature, I certainly would call and check on your own policies if you, have concern if something may have happened.
Well, and I would have to change it anyway because he was the beneficiary as far as I know on my policy.
Right. So you would definitely want to update that at this point. And
what happens, like if something happened to me, say today, and it's under him and he's deceased, what happens to that policy?
Well, if there's not every contract's different, but I mean, more than likely, if there was not a contingent beneficiary named, it would go to your estate.
To their estate.
Yeah. But if there's, if there's a contingent beneficiary name, then it would go to that person.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, thank you. I just needed that information.
Okay. No, not a problem. All right. You take care.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
in this call, we hear yourself again with Miss Vallow.
Yes.
And we hear her telling you that her husband left her with 5 kids to care for, right?
Yes.
And she told you that she understands how life insurance works, right?
Correct.
That she and her husband run this business about it, right?
Yes.
But then she asks you if an agent would be able to change who the beneficiary was.
Correct.
So she didn't really understand it.
I felt that she did not understand it fully.
And again, she told you she understood how this all worked, but then she asked you what would happen if she died. At this point, who would get, her money since her husband had been her beneficiary.
Yes, she did.
So you had to advise her of the fact that if there were contingent beneficiaries, they would get it.
Yes.
Ultimately, did Banner Life Insurance have any insurance policy with Lori Vallow?
No, she did not hold any coverage under Banner Life.
When she was talking to you, at one point she asked you or said, there's nothing you can do about that, right?
Correct.
And there's nothing you can do to change that. That is something that the owner is able to do.
Correct. We could not make any changes.
Regardless of if you feel bad for someone.
Exactly.
Is it awkward for you when you have to talk to someone who thinks that they were the beneficiary and learns they're not?
It can be, yes.
Was that your last interaction with Lori Vallow?
To my recollection, yes.
Who did Banner Life Insurance Company ultimately pay the $1 million policy to?
To Mr. Vallow's sister, Kay Woodcock.
And before the insurance company, before Banner Life would pay that out to Kay Woodcock, did you actually have to call and verify with the police that she was not involved in the homicide or the murder of Charles Vallow?
Yes, that's correct.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
No questions.
All right. Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. You can step down. Thank you. State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on right up here right in front here and be sworn in.
Please spell your name for the record.
Jeff, J-E-F-F, over, M-O-B, Archie.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're gonna have a seat. Just walk around the court reporter, have a seat to my left.
Optimism isn't sunshine and rainbows. It's fixing things, changing the way we fix things.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Moberg. I'm a forensic scientist with the Arizona Department of Public Safety in the Firearms and Toolmark Unit.
How long have you worked there?
I've been with DPS since February of 2013. I've been assigned to the Firearms Unit since October 1st of 2018.
Can you tell us about your education and training to work in the area of firearms identification?
Sure. Part of the hiring standards for the DPS Crime Lab is I do have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Arizona State University. My specialized firearms training is I attended the National Firearms Examiner Academy hosted by the ATF in Laurel, Maryland. The academy consists of 4 phases. It's approximately a year long, with phase 1 being research and history of and all of the techniques that go into it. Phase 2 is a full on-site 17-week training experience in Maryland, practicing exactly what it is that we do. Then we go into practical examinations, meaning I'm doing competency tests and proficiency tests throughout the summer and preparing a research project, which in phase 4, I will present and conduct mock trials.
Do you have ongoing training as well?
We do. Every year we're offered the opportunity to attend SHOT Show, which is the firearms industry trade show in Las Vegas every year. There's also the Association of Firearms and Toolmark Examiners meeting once a year, which is our annual training. It is nothing but peers within my discipline doing seminars and presenting on findings for various cases and various new technologies coming out.
And in DPS itself, is there any type of QAS or means to ensure that all of the firearms examiners are continuing to perform appropriately?
Absolutely. After the training, we are all given a competency test. We have to demonstrate our ability to do the job. So it's a very complex test consisting of all of the disciplines that we do, tool marks, firearms, serial number restoration, various other aspects of my job. But then every year we're giving a proficiency test from an outside source, so we're testing our continued or demonstrating our continued competency within the field.
So I want to start by asking you just some generic questions about how a semi-automatic handgun works.
So a semi-automatic gun, meaning a semi-automatic means that it is designed to fire one round with a single pull of the trigger, but it's also meant to cycle the firearm. And what I mean by cycle is the process of loading a firearm means introducing a magazine, particularly in a semi-automatic, which contains a number of cartridges. Cycling it means pulling the slide back and allowing it to go forward. When that happens, it strips off one of the cartridges from the magazine and loads it into chamber. So we call that chambering. At that point, it is ready to fire. When the trigger is pulled, the firing pin is released on a striker type system. It's a spring-loaded firing pin, or a hammer type system where it's a weighted hammer that goes in and strikes the firing pins. You hit this back of this cartridge to ignite the round. It then begins, the pressure builds up within that cartridge, expels the bullet down the barrel, but that same amount of pressure is also working to push it back. So it pushes that slide rearward, so it starts to move it back, unlocks the barrel, lets it go all the way back, and then it comes forward and loads the next one.
So I'm going to put up, first, I have Exhibit 76 here. Is this a semi-automatic handgun?
Yes, it is.
And then I'm going to put 85 in here. Is that what a live round looks like?
A live round, or we call it a cartridge, it's just a single unit of ammunition, consists of the cartridge case, primer, powder, and projectile.
So when a handgun is used and the trigger is pulled, we have a projectile that goes out to the barrel of the gun. What happens to the rest of that cartridge or live round?
So the rectangular portion on top, the black portion of the slide that's on top, that whole thing moves. So it will actually, when the cartridge is fired, the pressure of that cartridge will force that rearward, and it opens up that chamber so that the expelled cartridge can be ejected, the cartridge case will be ejected, and the new one can be loaded in via the magazine. The very bottom here where the kind of the hand is grabbing at the bottom is where the magazine is inserted.
So, exhibit 77, is this where you're talking about where the cartridge is going to eject from?
That is actually showing the side of the barrel, that which houses the chamber, but that section opens up and that is where the ejection takes place.
So you had talked about this in some of the different jobs that you do as a firearms analyst. When a person fires a semi-automatic handgun, are there any sort of identifying tool marks that might be left on the projectile or the bullet?
Absolutely. All of that pressure that builds up and is pushing the cartridge case back, it is resting against what we call the breech face. The breech face has a hole in it where the firing pin comes through and it strikes the primer. Primer is just that little button in the center of the cartridge. It's actually a very volatile compound that ignites the powder charge instantly. So all of that pressure builds up and presses against that breech face. This being a semi-automatic, as it cycles back, the barrel has to unlock. So it moves slightly back, but then as it unlocks, it drops down. And as it drops down, that cartridge case is scratching up against the surface of that breech face, imparting all kinds of marks that we use for comparison purposes.
When the projectile itself is fired out the barrel, are there any tool marks left on that?
Yes. So when the bullet is being pushed out of the barrel, through the barrel, all of that pressure is pushing it through. A barrel is rifled. Now, rifling is a pattern of lands and grooves that are in a rotational pattern that impart the spin on there. All of that pressure causes the back end of that projectile to expand and to fill that void. So as it's going through, it's dragging along the inside of the barrel, picking up any of the imperfections from the manufacturing process that are there, similar to a fingerprint. So when it comes out, we're able to look around there and you can see the pattern of the rifling all the way around the bullet and the individual striations or scratches on the surface coming from the inside of the barrel.
So if you are provided with a gun, casings, and projectiles, are you able to determine in any way if those casings or projectiles were fired from a specific gun?
Yes, and we do that by doing what we call a comparison. So we go ahead and we take that fired evidence and we're going to look at it. We want to verify that there's markings on there that we can use for comparisons. Then I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to test fire this firearm. I'm going to collect those test fired cartridge cases and projectiles if need be, and I'm going to do a comparison side by side on my comparison microscope. It's just a high powered microscope that allows me to see two things simultaneously side by side at the same magnification. So I'm going to have them side by side and try to line up those scratches and marks that are left on there from the machining process to the next.
So when we're talking about a barrel, you said there's like lands and grooves in there. Is that alone enough for you to identify if a projectile was fired from a specific gun, or are you looking for more specific, unique characteristics from each gun?
So each one, we start with what we call class characteristics. The class characteristics are those that are pre-designed before manufacture, such as what caliber is it? Is it a 9mm? Is it a 45, 40, whatever it may be? Then we're going to look at how many lands and grooves are there. If there is, maybe there's 5, maybe there's 6, maybe there's 8. All of that we use as an initial screening. Can this come from this gun? Say I have a gun that's a 9mm and I have a 45 bullet. That's not possible. So it's an automatic rule out. But those imperfections from the manufacturing process are what we use, and how the scratches translate into there are very unique to those barrels.
So you said you test fire the weapon. Why do you do that? What are you using that for?
Well, when a case like that comes in, whenever we receive a weapon, we first and foremost, we want to verify, number one, that it's safe and unloaded. Number two, that it's actually operational as a weapon. So we're verifying that it can fire and it works as designed. But then I'm also using that time, I document the condition of it as I received it. I document any of the features that are on there, such as in this particular case up here, we have a brown and black gun. That's one of the notes that I would have on there.
When you are doing this comparison and looking for these unique characteristics that you may see from the tools or the actual combustion of this, are there different levels of interpretation or conclusions that you're able to reach during this comparison process?
Yes, when we're doing a comparison, we're first and foremost looking for marks that recreate. So the different levels of opinion that I can form at the end is I can identify it. I can say this piece of fired evidence was fired from this gun. I could say this piece of evidence was not fired from this piece of gun, or this particular gun, excuse me. Or if there's just none of those marks that are reproducing, or an insufficient amount of marks for us to actually compare, we can actually go out inconclusive, meaning I'm not sure whether it was or not.
So I'm going to have my paralegal go up to you with a few items here. It is exhibits 235, 38, 40, 239, and 246.
This tax season, one accountant, how are you, really crunches the numbers.
Start with 246, the handgun. Were you provided with that gun as part of a request to determine if you could, well, were you provided with that gun?
I was. When we receive evidence such as a firearm, we actually initial, date, and put the identifying information to the case on the firearm. Right here, just underneath the slide on the frame of this firearm, is the DR number, our department record number, the item number. So the combination of that DR number and the item number is our unique identifier to track that piece of evidence. And then my initials and date.
Were you provided with a couple of casings, 238 and 240?
Yes, I was. And again, when I received these, when we receive evidence such as this fired casing here, which is 240, we initial and date the day we receive it. So it's here. There's my initials and date from when I resealed it. It's currently hiding up. It's actually right up here at the top where I initial and dated it when I received it.
Okay. And were you also provided with a projectile, if you can look at 235 and 239? And I believe you only had one of those.
That's correct. There's the one bullet I received right underneath our unique tracking. We barcode everything. It's got our department record number, item number. I initial and dated it as I received it.
And which number was that?
This is item 239.
Thank you. What were you asked to do with these items?
This particular case, I was asked to compare the cartridge cases and the bullet back to the firearm.
And that's the firearm that we see here in Exhibit 77, what we see as 246.
Yes, it is.
All right. So starting with this, what can you tell us about the gun itself? What is the caliber? What is the brand of that?
The firearm is a Springfield Armory XDM 45 caliber semi-automatic pistol.
And so when we talk about 45 caliber, what does that mean?
45 refers to just the size of the bore, In this particular case, it's a 45 auto caliber, so or 45 ACP, common to most 45s made today. But that's actually the measurement of the bore.
Were you able to, when you looked at you told us you often look to see just initially, do these all match together? When you looked at the caliber of those casings that you were given, did they match with the 45 caliber?
The 2 cartridge cases I received were Fiocchi brand 45 auto caliber cartridge casings.
Okay. Now, what about the projectile, the bullet that you're given? Is there a way for you to determine if that is consistent with a 45 caliber being fired from a 45 caliber handgun?
Yes, so when we receive a bullet like this, I'm going to go ahead and measure the diameter across the fired bullet to achieve that. And it measured, I don't know the exact number, but it's approximately 0.45 inches.
Okay. Now, when you first were handed the gun, you said you'd make some notes about that. Did you note anything about it as to whether or not the gun appeared to have been previously fired at some point?
The only notes that we take is we do look down the barrel of the gun. When what I'm looking for is mainly safety purposes. I want to make sure there's no obstruction, because if I fire it and there's an obstruction, could be catastrophic failure of the firearm. But I'm also looking at and documenting the rifling. And when we look down a barrel, we can see, I would notate that it's slightly fouled barrel or whatnot, meaning that there's powder particles and or traces of bullets going through the firearm.
So that would mean it was consistent with having been fired at least.
Correct.
So you talked about test firing. Did you test fire this gun?
I did. I test fired this particular firearm into a water tank. I used the water tank because we wanted to collect projectiles for comparison purposes, and the water tank allows us to do that without damaging the bullets.
What kind of ammunition do you use? How do you determine that?
So first and foremost, we would like to use like ammunition. So this was Fiocchi brand ammunition. We hopefully would have some of that in our reference collection. However, I did not, so I would grab the next closest type of ammunition. I believe it was Winchester that I used in this particular case, that has the same exact type of primer, the same exact type of casing, and the same exact type of projectile.
When you talk about the same exact type, are you talking about like the metals, or what are you talking about?
For instance, the bullet in this case is a copper jacketed round nose full metal jacket. So I would look to test fire a copper jacketed full round nose bullet.
Okay. So when you test fired this gun, did you know anything with regards to the functionality of it?
I noted that it functioned as designed. I did test fire this by hand chambering. I didn't try a magazine in there because one wasn't submitted with it, but it operated with no problems.
Okay. How many times did you test fire it?
We collect a minimum of 3. In this particular case, I only did fire it 3 times. That's all that I needed.
And so each time you're having to put a bullet in there and pull the trigger each time?
That's correct.
If you'd had a magazine, would you still have had to pull the trigger each time to fire it?
Yes, it operates still semi-automatic, so the trigger would have to be pulled each time to fire a cartridge case. I just wouldn't have to reload one into the chamber each time.
So once you created these test fire, let's start with cartridges, did you attempt to compare those to the ones you were provided, exhibits 238 and 240?
So one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to collect my test fires and I'm going to compare them to each other. And why I'm doing that is I want to make sure that there's marks on there that reproduce over our test fires. If there's no marks reproducing, how would I be able to compare it to the evidence? From there, once I determine that it's a sufficient, and I do photo document all of my comparisons, once I figure it's sufficient for an identification there, I'll go ahead and do a comparison to the unknown evidence and make my opinion based on that comparison.
So the test fires that you have, you look to make sure that those are creating each time the same, both class characteristics and individual characteristics.
Correct, yes.
And the class being sort of the generic ones that every type of Springfield might create.
Correct, yes.
And these individual ones are characteristics that are specific and unique to this weapon.
Correct. They're there from use, abuse, cleaning, anything like that, and the individual manufacturing of each component.
When you compared those two cartridge casings, 238 and 240, to the test fires that you created from Exhibit 246, the handgun, were you able to reach any conclusions?
I was.
And what was your conclusion?
I was able to determine, I identified those cartridge cases as having been fired on that particular firearm based on my comparison of the test fires to that evidence.
So the two cartridge casings, 238 and 240, were fired from the handgun you have up there, 246.
Correct.
You also, when you test fired the gun, did you collect the projectiles, the bullets?
I did. I collected three bullets from our water tank for comparison purposes.
Did you go through the same process of looking at those three to see if they matched up?
I did, yes.
And did they?
They absolutely did, yes.
So again, they had sufficient class characteristics and individual characteristics for you to then proceed to try to identify them or compare them to the unknown bullet.
That's correct.
When you compared Exhibit 239, the projectile that was recovered, to the projectiles that you created when you test fired, were you able to reach any conclusions with regards to this weapon?
I was, like the cartridge cases, I identified the projectile as having been fired from that particular firearm.
So the bullet that you were given, you've identified as having been fired from this Springfield semi-automatic 45 caliber handgun.
That's correct.
Did that end your work in this case?
That ended my analysis from this case. From then, I go ahead and I take all of my notes. The entire process I'm photo documenting. So when I open this up and I was documenting the condition as it's receiving, I'm also taking photos. When I'm doing the comparison, I'm also taking photos of the evidence side by side and any kind of areas of interest that I'm looking at. So from there, I'm going to go ahead and document my opinion and my results on our worksheets. I'm also going to print out all of my photos. I am then going to take all of that evidence, I'm going to hand it to another trained examiner. That other trained examiner, without looking at my results, is going to take all of that evidence and do a comparison himself. And then he'll form his own opinion and then verify that it matches or is similar to my results.
And was that done here?
Yes, it was.
Did that alter in any way your opinion?
Not at all. He was in agreement of my results.
When you talk about the photo, so in your report, you're actually showing all of those characteristics that we've talked about so anyone else could later look at them and see how you reached your conclusion.
It's the photo documentation it's just a snapshot of one portion of the comparison, but yes, a trained examiner should be able to look at them and understand what exactly I was looking at.
Okay, so ultimately your conclusion was both those cartridge casings and that projectile that you were provided was fired from the gun you were provided.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Cross-examination.
I just have a couple questions, Your Honor. Mr. Boberg, when did you receive the request to test this firearm?
It was early March of this year.
So March 2025?
Yes.
And then how long after you received the request did you test the firearm?
What if the lottery was on your phone? With real tickets, real winners.
I received the evidence on a Wednesday, which my week wraps up on Thursday, and I did all of the work on that the following Monday, and the report was put out by Tuesday morning.
Okay, do you know what the date that Tuesday report was put out by?
I don't know the exact date. If you'd like, I can refer to my notes and give you that exact date.
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay.
Is that okay?
So the report was authored on March 4th of 2025. The evidence was received in our property and evidence unit on 2/26 of 25, in which I also received them on that 2/26 of 25 and returned them to our evidence room on the 4th of March.
Okay, thank you. And who requested you to do this test on this firearm? Where did your request come from?
This particular request was made from a detective who reached out to me via email explaining could I assist him with a rush. I passed it through my supervisor who allowed me to contact the detective and have the evidence submitted. And then it was assigned to me because the request was sent directly to me.
Do you know what detective that was?
Detective Duncan.
And then who did you send your report to?
Once I'm finished with my analysis, my report is then reviewed by another examiner and then a supervisor to make sure that it's all technically correct, and then admin, and then they're electronically released to Detective Duncan.
Okay. And then you said you had done some photo documenting. Were those photos attached to this report?
They were attached to all of my case notes, yes.
Okay. So there's a report, case notes, and then the photo documentaries?
It's all part of, the notes and the photo documentation is all one.
And how long do you think that report was total?
Oh, it's roughly 13 pages total, 13, 14 pages with the actual report.
Okay. Thank you. So you fired the firearm 3 times, is that correct?
That's correct.
In your testing?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And then if you did you point it all in the same direction when you fired?
When I did my test firing, I was firing into a water tank. The water tank has it's approximately 10-inch thick stainless steel tube with a rest inside of it that I fire it into. So it stays in one place and fires at a specific angle into the water so that I'm not striking anything or being unsafe in any way.
And what's your distance at that point?
Oh, approximately a foot.
Oh, just a foot away into the water tank?
Into the water. Yeah.
Okay. And then did all of the casings go into the exact same place, like close to the same place?
So around the inlet tube that we shoot into, we have a big net that catches the cartridge cases.
So you can't really tell where they land then, I guess, because the net catches them? Is that what you're saying?
It's land as far as they kind of shoot out of the gun and then get caught by the net.
Okay, so they don't land on the ground and roll close to each other. Okay. But you kind of got a feel for this gun because you shot it, right?
I did.
So if you were to shoot the gun straight and then move 40 degrees to the right and shoot it again, do you think that the casings would end up in the same area?
Objection as to speculation without foundation of.
He shot the gun, Your Honor. I was
Well,
asking his
hold on,
opinion.
Hold on. He can answer first of all, if he understands the question.
If I may clarify?
Sure.
So you're asking if I point a weapon, say this way, and then turn this way?
Correct.
Okay. I can't answer that.
Go ahead.
I would expect the cartridge case to be slightly different from the very first one, but not much, depending on what interacts with it in its flight path. Did it bounce off of something? What's the floor type? Or whatever it hits first? I couldn't say without knowing any of that.
Okay. So would it be safe to say that the casings would end up in the same place if you didn't move and you fired 2 shots? They should end up close to the same location.
Again, it really depends on what is around, because typically when a semi-automatic firearm is fired, the slide comes back and the cartridge case ejects up and to the right. So if you moved slightly, you're changing that angle slightly. So it could be slightly different. It could be in the same location, depending on how they bounce and roll.
Okay. So if you fired the gun and and the casing ricocheted off the wall, but then you moved the gun and fired it again somewhere else, it could miss the ricocheting of the wall altogether, right?
Again, without knowing the scene, I couldn't say.
Okay. So in your report, I don't want to simplify it because I know that you are a scientist, but is it basically saying that this gun, that those casings came from this particular gun?
My exact wording would be very similar to that. It would say items, whatever the unique identifier is, were identified as having been fired from item, which is the gun.
Okay. This particular gun, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And then you would say that those projectiles also came from this particular gun. Is that correct? Okay. And then, and this testing was done this year on March 4th, is that correct?
March
Right.
4th is my report date, meaning all of the analysis is completed and it is done. At that point, my analysis was actually conducted on the 3rd.
Okay. Okay, no more questions, thank you.
Redirect.
Which side did the casings eject from on this Springfield?
On this particular Springfield, the ejection port is angled to the right and up.
So in order well, let me ask you this. When casings are ejected and you're not attempting to move your arm or the gun, do they always land right in the exact same spot?
They do not.
Do they bounce and roll?
They do. Again, it's a very violent action. That slide is moving very quickly. A lot of times the cartridge case is spitting, so they could tumble through the air and again, bounce off of anything such as the floor, walls, anything around.
So even as each time you pull the trigger, if you're trying your hardest to keep it as still as you can, does that mean the casings will land exactly right next to each other?
No, they won't.
Where the casings land, does that depend on multiple factors?
Absolutely.
So the type of flooring or ground would be one thing.
Any kind of intervening objects, type of flooring, if it lands on grass, it's probably going to stick or stop, or if it lands in carpet or tile, wood, all bounces differently.
If it bounces off a wall, that would impact where it might land.
Yes.
So having fired guns multiple times, semi-automatics, at your best in trying to keep them together, are they maybe grouped in a general area together?
Typically, when we're firing multiple rounds repeatedly, they tend to generally land in like kind of a pool area. It's not small, but it is a generalized area.
And in a situation where a gun may be slightly moved, that cantering of a gun, can that change the location of the casing itself?
Absolutely. I mean, it's designed, as it's designed, it will eject up and to the right. So, I mean, if you turn it this way, it's up, could change dramatically however you're angling it or turning it.
When you are talking about casings and where they land, even if you go and see them, are you able to look at them and say that was from shot number 1 or that was from shot number 2?
Oh no, we just generalize an area of where a shooter might have been.
And again, that's just because they're landing at best in a pool area, even if you're trying to shoot as straight and uniform as you can.
That's correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one coming down. All right, I have a question. All right, I have a question from a juror. Where would the casings go if the gun was held sideways?
Just for clarification, sideways either way.
Why don't you tell us for either way?
So if I was to cant it sideways and the butt was down, it could potentially go up and fall to the left side because of the way the gravity would be. However, if you turn it this way, it's angling it further down. And again, it depends on how it hits the ground, what it can bounce off of.
All right, any other juror questions? Not seeing any follow-up from the defense based on that question?
No.
State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. State can call its next witness.
A HELOC isn't the only way to tap into your home's equity. In fact, a home equity investment could be a better option for you. A HELOC is a line of credit from your home's equity and typically
All right, come on right up here in front and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Cassandra Anglon. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department in our robbery homicide unit.
Can you tell us about your career with the Chandler Police Department?
So next week, I will have 24 years at the department. Started in patrol, graduated through the Phoenix Police Academy. I have no prior, all my experiences with Chandler. Started in patrol, I worked there a couple years and then was selected to move into a newer unit they created, which was more of a general investigations unit. Worked assaults, burglaries, thefts, kind of entry-level detective type cases. We had a reorganization with, I'd been in that unit about a year and a half, and that unit morphed into our family violence unit. So at that point, my cases became primarily physical child abuse cases, some missing person type cases, and then the majority was domestic violence, assaults, aggravated assaults, things like that. Worked in that unit for a couple years and then moved into our narcotics and organized crime unit and worked in that unit for about 5 years, doing primarily large scale narcotics investigations. In September of 2009, I was selected and moved into our robbery and homicide unit. And I've been in that unit since September of 2009, where I am now.
As part of your job, are you called out to respond to scenes?
Yes.
And what are your normal working hours?
So we work 4 10s, so 4 10-hour shifts a week. There are 6 people in our unit. So I am one of the 3 that works Tuesday to Fridays, and then the other half of our unit works Monday to Thursdays. But there is one detective in our unit that's on call all the time. And then depending on the scale of the case. The on-call is responsible for being available to come in off hours, but depending on the scale of the case, they'll call in additional detectives to help, sometimes supplementing from other units within the department, depending on the case.
Were you working on Thursday, July 11th of 2019?
I was.
And where were you located? Where's your office?
So my office is at our main precinct, which is in downtown Chandler. But that day I was not in the office. I was driving to kind of a community event that was in West Chandler.
Were you asked to respond to a scene at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I was.
Why were you asked to respond to that house?
So I had initially heard some radio traffic about a potential shooting that had happened there. And then, so I was aware of the call for service that was going on that patrol had responded to. And then I was contacted by my supervisor shortly thereafter by phone because I wasn't in the station. And they had asked that myself and several detectives respond down to assume that investigation from patrol.
Do you recall approximately when you arrived at that house?
I believe it was right around 9:28, 9:30 is my arrival time on CAD, but it would have been within a couple minutes of that, depending on how significant the radio traffic was that I could get out onto the radio.
In 2019, as a detective, did you have body-worn camera assigned to you?
We did not.
So you were not wearing a body cam unit at that time?
No, we did not get ours issued until I believe a couple years later.
Can you describe for us the crime scene when you arrived?
So when I arrived in the neighborhood, it's a gated community. I arrived on the north side of where the residence was. Marked patrol units and uniformed patrol officers were there. There was already yellow crime scene about a house or two north and a house or two south. And I could see several of the initial patrol officers that had responded that were present when I got there.
When you got there, was the fire engine still there?
I believe they were, but there was what we call our care unit. Our CR 288 is the crisis unit. They're a fire personnel, but they respond out to our scenes at our request as well.
Okay, and so that was there.
Correct.
Did you observe any individuals that you learned to be the shooter at the scene?
I did. Alex Cox.
Can you describe where you saw him?
So when I approached the house, I was walking south towards the house. He was seated on a curb. I remember there being like a trash can or something right there. And Officer Krautheim was outside. And I remember seeing him sitting there as I walked past up to a supervisor at the scene.
And can you describe for us the demeanor of Alex Cox when you went by him?
He was sitting on the curb, didn't really appear, just kind of normal, wasn't really agitated or upset. He had what looked like, I think it was a paper towel or Kleenex in his hand. And at one point he reached back and kind of touched the back of his head. But he was just seated, just kind of sitting there.
Did you observe yourself any injuries at that time to his head?
I did not. I didn't have contact with him at the scene at all.
Okay. When you arrive at a scene like that as a detective, what's sort of the process of what does everyone do when you get there?
So initially what we try is that the first one or two investigative type personnel usually will make immediate contact with the supervisor on scene, usually a sergeant or a lieutenant, and try to just kind of do a quick assessment or triage of what's going on. What is kind of the quick initial what happened? Is anybody outstanding? What are kind of the things we need to do? Because then as personnel from like my unit and other investigative units arrive, we can start assigning tasks and roles. We always, by practice, assign a case agent, and then a scene agent is separate. And then any other personnel that get there start assigning tasks, what needs to be done, what needs to happen.
So what is the roles of a detective versus the patrol officers who've been there?
So patrol officers are going to be your first responders. They are going to be the ones that dispatch when you call 911 or the non-emergency number. Patrol is going to come to your house first. They're the uniformed in a marked patrol car. They're going to respond out and do the initial investigation, initial scene safety, initial first aid, until it's safe for fire to get there. They're going to be your initial first responders. If the call or event or incident that they're responding to is going to be more significant or more serious, or maybe needs more specialized equipment or investigation, or potentially they might need a search warrant, then you're going to see where detectives are going to get called out to assume an investigation from patrol. So there will be some overlap. And then once we come out and kind of take the investigation over, patrol then gets released from the event, and it will become kind of property of the detectives that come out to assume the case.
Do you have patrol officers still helping things like securing the scene and making sure that, no one is just running up into the house or something?
Absolutely.
While you were on scene, did you notice any other civilians kind of waiting around?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
At one point, I realized that where Officer Krautheim was standing, basically across from the house, it was within the crime scene, that an adult female, Lori Vallow, and then her daughter, Tylee, had at some point got there. I'm not sure exactly when, but I realized that they were standing in the vicinity of Officer Krautheim within the crime scene near a red car.
Did you see the interaction between Officer Krautheim and these two, Lori Vallow and Tylee?
I did, from across the street.
When you saw that interaction, did you know who they were at that point?
I did not know who they were. I found out a short time later.
So did Officer Krautheim advise you and other detectives who they were?
Every woman over 40 needs this invisible bra. Breathable fabric with no stitching. No words.
Email was Lori Vallow.
Correct.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table wearing like a navy blue blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Can you describe Lori Vallow's demeanor when you saw her across the street there?
So she was standing, the car they were near was parked along the curb, and she was standing basically in front of the parked car. And Tylee was standing next to her. Just kind of appeared to be having this kind of ordinary interaction with Officer Krautheim. Just kind of talking to him, didn't seem real animated or emotional. Just seemed very kind of ordinary and kind of nonchalant.
Were any police cars visible at the crime scene?
Yes.
And so there's yellow crime scene tape up.
Correct.
Okay. So when Officer Krautheim came over, did he talk to you and some other detectives?
He did.
And did he advise you about his interaction with Ms. Vallow and Tylee?
He didn't talk to me about their interaction. He just more identified who they were.
Okay.
And at that point, we had some discussion about kind of additional roles that had just developed.
So at some time while you're sitting there and you're standing around talking with sergeants and whatnot, did you Is that when you learned who you believe to be the shooter, Alex Cox, was?
Yes.
And at some time while you are again getting these updates, did you learn who the deceased male was inside the residence?
Correct.
And who was that?
That was Charles Vallow.
During this time, did it become known to you the relationship between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
Correct. They were brother sister.
And during this time, did you become aware of the relationship between Miss Vallow and Charles Vallow?
Correct. Husband, wife.
After you, or I guess during the time when you were speaking with these officers, were you updated by Officer Krautheim about whether or not Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
No, I had talked to my sergeant actually about speaking with her specifically about doing what we refer to as a death notification.
Well, let me go back. So did you believe that Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
I did not.
You thought she had no idea?
I didn't think she knew because she wasn't there when I got there.
Had you been advised that by Officer Krautheim or his sergeant relating to information he had received from Alex Cox that she was not present?
I didn't believe that she was present at the time the incident occurred prior to me speaking with her.
Okay. And that was based upon information that you had obtained from briefings?
Correct.
Okay. Since you thought that Lori Vallow did not know her husband was deceased, what did you do?
So I had a brief discussion with my sergeant and we agreed that it would be the right thing to do a death notification to her. She is legally his wife. They are married. She would be his legal next of kin. She's standing basically in the crime scene, and I think professionally it's in delaying letting someone know that their loved one is deceased isn't appropriate. So we made a decision at that point to contact her to do an actual death notification. So it was clear that he was deceased.
Okay. So because she's there at the scene, do you just walk up to her while she's standing right there in front of the car to notify her? How do you do that?
No, so her and Tylee were now seated within the care unit that I had mentioned, our CR 288. They have a van, and we utilize it a lot. So they were seated within that van. I had approached the van with my sergeant, and my intention was to try to get her to come out of the van because Tylee was in there with her, so I could have a discussion with her outside of the view of any children. When I made contact with her, we ended up having the conversation with her in the van with Tylee.
So let me ask this. What was her demeanor when you see her in this van?
Pretty much the same as her demeanor before. Not real emotional. She was pretty calm. Didn't seem overly affected.
I think you had used nonchalant previously.
Yeah, it's a good word to describe it.
So how did that notification go down? Were you able to tell her what happened?
So opened the van. I made contact with her. I think at some point I asked her something to the effect if she would step out of the van to talk to me. And at that point she said that she already knew because she was there, which was kind of a surprise. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. And at that point, I confirmed with her that he had died and he was deceased, and quickly kind of conferred with my sergeant away that at this point her and Tylee are now witnesses to the event and they need to be interviewed, obviously.
So it's normal for detectives to have to make death notifications?
Yes.
And you have made death notifications in other cases?
Unfortunately, yes.
And so in this case, you yourself was the one surprised to learn that you didn't have to give her a death notification.
I was.
Did her demeanor change at all when she's telling you that she was there and knew he was dead?
No.
So at this point, now that you know that it's not just a death notification, she now may have relevant information, what happens at that point?
I had made a request of her that we would like to obviously talk to her, and if I could transport them back to the police station. If possible, we like to do the interviews in a more contained environment, obviously one that we can record, and one that's not in the middle of a crime scene. So I had asked if her and Tylee would come back to the police station with me, and I ultimately ended up driving them, both of them, back to the police station.
Is there a special area at the police station that you took them to?
I did. I took them to what's referred to as our FAC, which is our Family Advocacy Center.
What's the difference between the FAC and, maybe what people have seen on TV of just like the cold room with a table and two chairs?
So the Family Advocacy Center is a separate part of the police department. It actually has a separate entrance, and it's designed specifically for like victims of crime. We do forensic interviews of children there. It's not, there are not uniformed officers that work within that area. It's designed specifically for like victims of crime. We do use it sometimes, obviously, for witnesses. There will never be like in custody and custodial, like suspect interviews or anything in there. It's a separate section of the police department that's kind of an entity on its own.
So when you're going to interview Lori Vallow, do you have any concept sort of what she saw, what her involvement is at that point?
No.
So when you said you drove her and Tylee to the police station?
I did.
So they left their car at the scene?
They did. They came with me in my city vehicle.
Can you describe Lori's demeanor as you're driving her to the police station?
So obviously I drove. She was in the front passenger seat. Tylee was seated behind her. The majority of the drive, we were actually talking about Tylee. It's a little bit awkward because you're trying not to talk about anything that happened until you can get to the police station. So you're trying to kind of make this strange small talk almost. But we were talking primarily about Tylee and her schooling and such. But we were driving and she was just kind of chattering along as we were driving.
Did she seem stressed at all while she's talking to you?
Not really.
Did she, was she crying or emotional at all while you're driving?
No.
While you were before you left in the car, did she ever try to ask you any questions about how her brother was doing or what's going on with her husband or anything like that?
Not of me, no.
When you got her to the police station, how long did that take approximately?
It's probably a 20-minute drive from the house to where the station is, about.
Was she chatting away the whole time?
For the majority of it.
When you get to the police station, do you separate Lori and her daughter Tylee?
I did.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
Was she free to leave at any time?
Yes.
Did you know if she had a cell phone with her when you were interviewing her?
I don't believe, well, she did. She had a phone with her at one point, but she wasn't on it or doing anything.
Did she provide you with a cell phone number when you were talking to her?
In the initial part of the interview, yes. The initial part of the interview is biographical name, date of birth, phone number, address, that type of thing.
Did you ever ask to look at her cell phone?
I did not.
Did she ever offer to show you her cell phone?
She did not.
Did you know at that point, well, let me ask you, had you been inside the scene at that point, inside the house?
So I did not go in the house until later. Prior to me coming back to the scene later, I was never inside the house.
So at that point, when you are first meeting with Lori, to driving her there, did you know if she had Charles Vallow's cell phone with her?
I did not know.
Did you sort of assume that Charles Vallow's cell phone would have been at the scene with him?
I did assume that, yes.
So I want to start with, you told us that you asked some basic biographical information. And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 186.
Go ahead.
Have you watched that CD, Exhibit 186, previously?
I have, yes.
Is your initial on it to identify that you've watched it?
My initials and my badge number.
And is that to identify that you recognize that as the part of the interview where you're asking Lori Vallow for biographical information?
Correct.
And that shows it's an accurate copy of that portion of the interview?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 186.
Any objection?
The only objection is to the portion, Your Honor. It's not going to be a full,
It's
just a portion of
redacted.
it.
Are you saying it's redacted?
This is only one portion of it. We're going to be going through lots of portions of it.
What was the number?
186.
186 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if I can publish it.
Go ahead.
Okay. I know Laura's your first name, right? L-A-U-R?
L-O-R-I.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow, V-A-L-L-O-W.
And your date of birth?
6/26/73.
And then your phone number?
808-755-5452.
And you live at the house, right?
So in this portion that we see in 186, she gave you a phone number of the 808-755-5452.
Correct.
During your investigation, did you learn that Lori Vallow had more than one cell phone?
I did.
Did you learn whether or not she was employed outside the home?
I don't believe she was.
Did you ever read her Miranda rights?
No.
Why not?
She was not in custody. She was there consensually. And at the time that I was talking to her, I was talking to her as what I believe to be a witness.
Now, did you talk to her about sort of when she moved into the house, some background about her son and Charles and that relationship?
Yes.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 187.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize Exhibit 187, again, having your initials and badge number on it?
I do, yes.
And is that marked as clip 2, the portion of your interview where Lori Vallow is telling you about sort of moving into the house and some background on JJ and Charles?
That's correct.
State will move to admit 187.
Any objection?
The objection would be Rule 106, Your Honor, the rule of completeness. We would ask that the whole thing be played,
All right.
the entire video.
The objection's overruled. The exhibit's admitted.
And if we can publish it.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. So he was like a drug baby and had all these problems. And so we adopted him as a baby. And so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business. So he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul. And then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me, what kind of threats? Just you'd have to read them to see, but he's always mad at me, right? And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is. Like,
So I want to talk a little bit about this portion of your interview with Lori Vallow. She told you about the adoption of JJ by her and Charles, correct?
Correct.
And that JJ suffered from some disabilities.
That's right.
During this part of the interview, did she tell you that Charles had sent some threatening messages on the phone?
She did. She said there were threats on her phone.
Did she ever offer to show you those threats?
She did not.
So she has a phone with her, but she didn't show you anything.
No.
Did she ever explain what she meant?
No.
And we had just discussed that she had given you a phone number of 808, correct?
Correct.
And during that investigation, or this investigation, sort of in the days that followed, did you learn later that most of the communication between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow was on one of her other cell phones, the one with a 480 area code?
I did.
So even though she gives you a totally different number, that's not the phone that you understood to have the communications between her and Charles.
Right.
Does she also say in that clip that Charles Vallow didn't want a divorce from her?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that she didn't even like Charles?
Yes.
And that she didn't want to deal with him?
Yes.
And that he traveled to just kind of get away?
Correct.
When you were talking with Lori Vallow, did she tell you that Charles had filed something against her saying she was crazy and asking to limit her supervised visitation?
That's correct.
Did she tell you that sort of in retaliation that she basically stopped talking to him and JJ for 30 days?
Correct. That he was in Houston. JJ was in Houston with Charles.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 188. And do you recognize Exhibit 188 as also being signed and have your badge number on that?
Yes.
Meaning you've reviewed it and has identified that as that portion of your interview with Lori Vallow, including those areas of the supervised visitation.
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 188.
Your Honor, we're going to object that the whole interview should be played.
188? 188 is admitted.
And if we can publish it.
Go ahead.
him, and I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only gonna get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing.
So I know it got cut off sort of in the end there. She told you that after he filed this paperwork saying she was only going to get supervised visits, that she just didn't talk to him for 30 days.
Correct.
Should we break
All right,
there?
let's take our afternoon stretch break, recess, 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All right, for the jury.
How y'all doing? You hanging in there? So y'all, I was just looking into the case of Isabella Loving, the little 5-year-old who was found dead. Her parents waited 5 hours to call when she was stopped breathing. She was kept in a 5'5"
Juror 15 is the only member of the jury present. Juror 15, when we did a sidebar this morning with the white noise,
and when law enforcement got there, she was bruised, scarred, scabbed all over her body, and gashes over her eye. Her genitals had been bruised by being kicked there. And then now I just read that the father, he's been arrested, $10 million cash bail. But the kicker is, my friends, in 2014, he was charged with the very same child abuse against a 2-year-old, his girlfriend's son. He got 60 months, but the judge suspended the sentence. And here we are again now with little Isabella no longer with us. Something has got to be done, and I hope that judge who suspended his sentence is held accountable. So we're going to cover Isabella's story tonight. Breaks my heart. There's so many stories, you know, where things that should have been done, normal procedures aren't done, and then something like this happens. So, very sad. Let me see if there's any updates on Sebastian or Jonathan Hong while we're waiting. Everyone get your snacks. This is their afternoon break. It's usually about 10-15 minutes. No, the last one was the one we read already, where it's they have the new bulletin board that says "still quoting villains?" question mark. And the one that says, remember the bulletin board that says, "I cried, you lied"? That is the one that it was reported that CP will see driving into Horn Lake, Mississippi. Let me read it to you more specifically. Hold on. There's no more updates, but I do want to read that one about the bulletin boards so you all know where they're placed. Oh, here it is. Okay. The one that says, I cried, you lied, $447,000 reward. It says, this is dedicated to Chris Proudfoot. He will see it on the way to and from Horn Lake until we bring Sebastian home. He will see it on the way to and from Memphis. He will see it to and from Nashville. Yeah, but now he gets to drive by every morning and see it in his real life when he's not doing his panels. Well, everyone, what do you think? What do you think the jury's thinking watching her, you know?
Life is expensive.
There you go.
Quality tools don't have to be. Harbor Freight, America's #1 tool store.
People have questions if I scroll up. Thank you. You take such good care of me, Jim. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. So I was going to save that for y'all. So they got to the home. The little girl was laying next to a mattress on the floor because they decided to take her out of the cubby after they waited their 5 hours of her not breathing. And all I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime said. At J, Ellie said the little girl shared a room with 2 other little girls, and they had a queen-size bed, and the little girl slept on a crib mattress on the floor. I read in the article that the other daughters in the home had a beautiful queen-size bed to sleep in. Yes. It's just so heartbreaking. It's like Oakley, little Oakley Carlson, the one locked under the stairs, screaming and passing out for food and stuff, and she's missing now. And the other ones that they were not locked in. It's so sad when there's a scapegoat, right? Yes, get your coffee, get whatever you need. Let me see what other questions. I'm tired. I'll let you know at the end of this if we're going to go live tonight because I'm a little tired. So let's just see how long this goes. Was JJ at a specialized school? Christina, I know that Charles was moving to Houston and JJ was going with him to go to school there because he did not feel the Chandler School District had what JJ needed specifically for his education and his autism. So in Houston is why Charles was going to put JJ in school there. Great question. Well, see, and that's the thing. Yeah, is the jury even able to follow this? The prosecution makes perfect sense, but Lori derails everything when she questions, so I wonder if they're struggling to see how she's involved. You know, we are in day 5, like Robin said, and you're lost. She doesn't know how to cross-examine, in my opinion. So when she comes up there, she's saying things like I said about Adam's cross. What were we eating when you saw me last? That kind of stuff that's so irrelevant, right? Isn't that what I always make at family gatherings? So I just think that we're just going to have to bear with her, which is why we see the redirect coming from the prosecution to make sure that they can get the facts set straight back in. And I was not sleeping, Miss Jen. Yeah. So she is just, remember, she's out of her cell. She's out of her orange jumpsuit. She's not in shackles. She's having the time of her life with all eyes on her. Because after this and after the next one, she's gone. Life in prison. So, I know you were, Jen. I was teasing you. I was actually reading about Isabella's case and listening. Okay, y'all, I'm going to go fill up my water real quick. I'll be right back. So that poor little baby was put in a 5x5 cubby. Mom admitted to seeing the dad kick her in her genitals area. Just absolutely horrible. And he is a repeat offender. They said he's not there for any M charges right now. It's child abuse. I'm not sure the specific charges. We'll keep waiting. They're releasing documents. And so he did it to his girlfriend's 2-year-old. Now, I don't know if that means no, it would be the same charges. So that child, he doesn't have any M charges yet for Isabella. So that child must be living. But the fact that he had a 60-month prison sentence suspended to probation. And look what it did, right? It took another life. It took another life. And that was 10 years ago. In 2014, he was charged with that. Well, they're talking about maybe next week that there will be, or week after, I guess it would be, what's today, 14? No, next week. They're saying they're hoping maybe we'll get some closing statements next week. And then the prosecution will rest and on will come Lori. I love your jokes, Jen. Well, because you know I was up so late the other night. You probably thought I was sleeping. So far, we are at, with our Weekend at the Movies True Crime Review, we are, Gabby was 1, John Bonet 2, OJ 3, and the program about the Teen Institute, Troubled Teen Institute on Netflix is 4. So if you have not voted, please put a 1 for Gabby's new Netflix show, John Bonet's most recent Netflix show, 3 for OJ's, and a 4 for the program. They're all on Netflix this time. So if you haven't voted, put it in. We're going to start, we're going to do a weekend at the movies. And if you have voted like Jen, don't go voting 10 times. I'm watching you, girl. Kitty's votes don't count. Right now, who is winning is John Bonet and the program are 1 vote away from each other. OJ has none, and Gabby's next. So, too many shoes? I think you voted too. Did you vote already? Too many shoes? Oh, here comes an X notification. Let's see if it's per Sebastian. Oh my gosh. Y'all. SF just arrived in Kingsport, Tennessee. So he's doing probably Holland. SF is on the case, my friends. He is in Kingsport. I bet he is looking for Holland. Let me look. Well, he just has the picture. Just arrived in Kingsport, Tennessee, searching. So he must be searching for Holland or Layla. Hopefully he keeps Summer in there too. Oh, absolutely. I can repeat it, Prayer Warrior. We are going to do like a Sunday night at the movies, true crime review, and our first week we're choosing between these are all on Netflix, the latest Gabby Petito, which is American Murder, Gabby Petito, John Bonet's latest. Gabby's number 1, John Bonet's latest is number 2, OJ's is 3, and the program, which is about the Troubled Teen Institute, a child or a girl who gets out, documents their experiences there. So that's 4. 1 is Gabby, 2 John Bonet, 3 OJ, 4 the program about the Troubled Teen Institute. So put your votes in, and I will keep tallying until the end of this. Oh, that's the 8th. Wait a minute. Oh my gosh, Austin, the 16th. That's right. We have BHB the 16th. We do. And I'm glad that I'm glad it's moved. Now let's see now that we have a level playing field, let's see how it goes, in my opinion. Austin to 1, got it. Got it down, thank you. For a Warrior, did you vote? For a Warrior, oh, you got it. Thank you. Gabby's 1, John Bonet's 2, OJ is 3, and the program about the Troubled Teen Institute is 4. I don't know where Sassy went. You don't need to watch beforehand. I'm going to go through it like a little review. You can watch it if you want beforehand to interact with me. Otherwise, you can watch it to listen to the review and see if it's something you want to watch. Great question, Jen. This hearing with Hong is the 17th. Oh, we had a lot. You're right, Austin. So we have BHB the 16th. The 17th is Hong's with SF. And did you say, Austin, the 18th is the Delco decision? Not going on. That's all our stuff from the streets, right? All the distractions from allowing people to search for Sebastian. I'm just going to pretend I'll probably announce it in here in a little bit to give people a little bit more to vote. Right now we are at Gabby's gaining. So Gabby's 1, John Benet's 2, the program is 4. OJ's out right now. We may have to start with Gabby just for Jen. She's voted like 15 times.
Go ahead and continue your direct.
Thank you.
We're back.
So Detective, when we broke, we had just watched Exhibit 188, a portion of your interview where Lori Vallow was telling you that Charles had filed something against her, saying she was crazy and asking to limit her to supervised visitation. Did you understand or know what that was about at that time?
I did not.
Did you talk to Lori Vallow about sort of Charles coming into town?
Yes,
So you understood that he did not live here in Phoenix?
I did.
And did she talk to you about booking a room for Charles and that he was going to come out and see JJ, his son?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 189.
Go ahead.
And do you recognize Exhibit 189, again, that says clip 4 with both your signature and badge?
Yes.
And is that the portion of the interview where you are talking to Lori about Charles coming into town, him traveling and coming here to see JJ?
It is.
State will move to admit 189.
Any objection?
Will object, Your Honor. The defense will on Rule 106 of completion. Ask that the whole interview just be played.
All right. Was it 109?
189.
I'm sorry, 189 is admitted.
And if we could publish it.
This is Desert Diamond Casino, where the tables are hot to the touch, and there are jackpot-winning smiles.
Did Lori Vallow tell you that Charles traveled a lot for his work?
Yes.
And did she tell you that his travel was an excuse not to care for his son?
Yes, that he was gone a lot.
Did Lori Vallow tell you that she had left Charles Vallow in Texas and moved back to Arizona?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that Charles was still living in Texas?
Yes, in the Houston area.
Did she say that Charles had rented her a house for her and JJ and her daughter Tylee to live?
Correct.
Did you talk to her about whether or not she had an interaction with Charles the night before, on
Yes.
July 10th? And did she advise that it was just limited to a text message?
Correct. Not in person, just via the phone.
Okay. My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 190. And do you recognize that again with your initials and badge number
Correct.
as a portion of your interview where Lori Vallow was telling you that Charles was not at the house at night. He just let her know he'd be over at 7:30 the next morning?
That's right.
State will move to admit 190.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Right, 190 is admitted.
Kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like,
So you understood that she had no interaction with Charles on July 10th.
In person, correct.
But she knew what time to expect Charles the next morning on July 11th at 7:30.
Right.
When you were talking with her, did you talk to her about what time Charles actually showed up?
Yes.
And did she say 7:40, 7:35-ish?
I believe she said 7:35.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 191.
Go ahead.
And again, do you recognize Exhibit 191 as having been initialed and have your badge number on it?
I do.
And is that in clip number 6, the portion of your interview where she's talking about what time Charles showed up that morning?
Correct.
State will move to admit 191.
Same objection.
Yes, Your Honor, the defense objects.
All right, 191 is admitted.
And if we can publish.
Go ahead.
So
do you remember about what time he got there?
He said he'd be there 7:30, but it was more like 7:40-ish
Okay.
or 7:35, I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember thinking, looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr.
Yeah.
On-time. Yes.
So at this point, you understand that Lori Vallow knew Charles was coming to Arizona,
Correct.
and she knew he was going to show up on the 11th at 7:30 a.m.,
Correct.
and that he was coming there to pick up their son, JJ.
Yes.
Did the defendant talk to you about when Charles shows up, sort of how they get JJ in the car, and that she goes out to the car with Charles and JJ, and then that she ultimately ends up with Charles's cell phone?
That's right.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 192. And do you again recognize that with your initials and your badge number?
I do.
Clip number 7, a portion of the interview where you are being told by Lori Vallow that she put JJ in the car, and eventually how she got Charles's phone.
Correct.
State will move to admit 192.
Same objection.
The defense will object to 106.
192. 192.
I'm sorry. The rule 106
Oh.
is the objection. I'm sorry.
Got you. All right, 192 is admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
You know, he's just been difficult, so.
Yeah.
Anyway. So I got JJ stuff ready, and he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes, because it's like 15 minutes to the school, and like you can't get there early, they don't open the gates until like 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King, because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and the Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants, because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him in to school. Like, and he's big and he was heavy. And hard for me to handle, but anyway. So I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car, in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, give me my phone. And I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for? You know, he's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother. And I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house. And I'm like, why are you texting?
Watch my transformation from size 20 to size 12 with a kitchen walking workout. This is what weight loss walking looks like at home.
She kissed JJ goodbye, and Charles took JJ and the backpack out to the car.
Correct.
And that she went inside and got a hold of Charles's cell phone.
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles came back inside and saw her with the phone and told her to give it back to him?
That's right.
Did Lori Vallow ever tell you that she gave the phone back to Charles?
She did not.
So Lori Vallow is telling you that Charles is demanding the phone back, and she instead says, show me your text messages?
Correct.
We heard previously that Lori Vallow had told you that Charles had taken JJ away from her for 30 days, and so she didn't talk to him, right?
That he had JJ for 30 days and they didn't talk, yes.
And so now she's telling you she's demanding to know why he's in Arizona? Why he came to Arizona? Is that what she said? Why are you even here?
I believe so, yes.
So Charles had to take care of his son, and now he's here to visit his son?
Correct.
Is what
Correct.
she even said.
Yes.
So did she tell you that she had confronted Charles about texting her brother, Adam, in this portion of the interview?
In the portion of the interview, she discusses with me asking Charles why he's talking to her brother, Adam.
And were you aware at this time, when you are interviewing Lori Vallow, that Charles and Adam had been texting?
No,
Did you even know who Adam was at that point?
I didn't know who Adam was.
And so, and again, I think you told us you were not aware at that time that Lori Vallow was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone.
Correct.
And were you aware at that time that Charles had flown Adam in?
No.
So you're just kind of hearing this and listening to what she's saying.
Correct.
Did you go into some additional detail about, again, Charles demanding that Lori Vallow give him back his cell phone?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with clip 197.
Go ahead.
It's out of order. Clip 8. Do you recognize Exhibit 197, Clip 8?
I do.
And again, did you initial and put your badge number on that?
I did.
And did that reflect, again, another portion of your interview where Lori Vallow is describing to you what is going on when Charles Vallow is demanding his phone back, what she does?
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 197.
Same objection.
Defense will object to playing the whole video, Your Honor.
197.
Yes,
197 is admitted.
and if we may publish.
Go ahead.
And 14.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and.
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone, he was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that.
So this is the second time that Lori Vallow is telling you that Charles is telling her to give him back his phone.
Correct.
And she is refusing to do so.
Yes.
And she advised that she was walking around the house, right?
Correct.
So he's screaming at her and she's walking around.
Correct.
During this initial confrontation over the phone, does Lori Vallow tell you it's just her and Charles?
Yes.
And so did you ever ask her why she didn't just give the phone back to Charles so he could take JJ to school?
I did not.
During your interview with Lori Vallow, did she tell you at some point that since she wouldn't give Charles back the phone and he's screaming at her, that her daughter Tylee and her brother Alex came out?
She did.
Did she tell you that her daughter Tylee came out with a bat?
She did.
Did she tell you that Tylee sort of poked at Charles with the bat
Yes.
while she and Charles were arguing?
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles took the bat away from Tylee and Tylee sort of fell back or something?
Correct.
She ended up on the floor.
Correct.
And that Lori then told her to go outside to JJ.
Yes.
Did Lori Vallow ever tell you why her brother Alex Cox brought a loaded gun to her house?
She did not.
Did she tell you that she had asked Alex to come over to the house?
She did.
Did she ever tell you, well, let me say, so when she talked to you, she told you that she had wanted Alex to be there sort of to protect her in case anything went bad, right?
Correct.
So did she tell you why Alex didn't go to the door with her when Charles is pounding on the door being a jerk or whatever?
She did not.
So she didn't explain why the gun was there or why Alex wasn't part of this initial phone argument?
Correct.
Did Lori ever tell you during your interview that Charles started this argument?
No.
During your interview of Lori Vallow, was it always her saying that it was her that started this argument because she would not give Charles back his phone?
Correct.
So she told you that she was afraid of Charles coming over, invited her brother over to protect her, and then she started a fight by refusing to give Charles back his phone.
Correct.
During this interview, did Lori tell you that after Tylee went out to be with JJ, that Charles came at her with a bat?
Yes.
And that she moved into the kitchen and that while she was not able to see what was going on, she hears a shot.
That's correct.
If I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 193. Clip 9. Do you recognize Exhibit 193?
I do.
Did you initial and put your ID on that?
I did.
And is that a portion of this of your interview with Lori Vallow, where she talks about what her brother is doing and Charles is doing, and her walking around into the kitchen with the phone?
Yes.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 193.
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, 193 submitted.
And if we may publish.
Go ahead.
outside.
Yeah, she was outside.
And then what happened?
Then they got up from that, and my brother had like stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me at the back, yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly. And then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards.
Like he was swinging, but like swinging it backwards? He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontward.
Okay.
One second. So in this clip, she's describing to you how how Charles was swinging the bat at her, correct?
Correct.
And in that clip, does she, or let me ask you this, does she go on to talk to you about whether or not her husband was a semi-professional baseball player?
She did, yes.
And she told you that, again, Charles is holding a bat and yelling at her to give him his phone.
Correct.
And she didn't give him back the phone?
She did not.
Did she talk to you about whether or not she saw the shot?
Yes.
Did she say she saw it or not?
She did not see the shot. She heard the shot.
So she indicated she does not. Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother pull out a gun?
No.
Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother go get a gun?
She did not.
Did she indicate how many shots she heard?
She specifically said the shot, as in one shot.
Did you at some point, well, let me ask again. So you had not been into this residence yet?
No.
So when she's telling you she's going around, did you understand what that was?
Not really, because I hadn't been inside. She was kind of describing the kitchen.
With our Express store, you can search inventory online and get our pricing up front. Select.
When you were talking to Lori Vallow, did you ask her if Charles or her brother Alex had said anything before Alex shot Charles?
Yes.
And did she indicate she doesn't recall hearing that?
Correct.
And if my paralegal can approach with exhibit 195, clip 11. Do you recognize exhibit 195?
I do.
And again, it's your initials and badge on that.
But it is.
Is that portion of the interview where you asked her if she'd heard anything said between Charles and Alex prior to the shooting?
Correct.
State will move to admit 195.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
195 is admitted.
And if we may publish.
I gotta get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got JJ in the car and he was trying to come in. And Tylee was like looking at me.
That's actually the wrong one. Well, play that one, I guess. Let me see, and we'll talk about that one since admitted. Okay. Yeah, we'll play it and talk about it.
I gotta get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got JJ in the car and he was trying to come in. And Tylee was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened. And I told her to get in the car and let him take JJ to school. And I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
Like,
So in exhibit, what we have as 195, is that actually then the portion where she's talking about what she did after as well as what Alex was doing when she went back in there?
Correct.
So she advised you that after she heard this shot, she just left
She did. She went outside.
and then drove off in Charles's rental car?
Correct.
And she told you that when she saw Charles on the floor, Alex was standing in front of him.
Correct.
Did you ask her to describe any distance of how far away?
I did not.
And then if we can approach then with what is code number? I think that is exhibit 194. Is that, again, a portion of this interview? We're talking about the shots, actually.
Correct.
And you watched that previously and initialed it and put your badge number on it.
I did.
State will move to admit 194.
Same objection, Your Honor.
194 is admitted.
Okay, yeah.
He was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it wasn't a good idea for Tylee to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro
Yeah.
when he was young. But, yeah, and then I was kind of turned around and we were all right there in that room except for the kids had been outside by that time and I heard the gunshot. And
So you heard the shot?
Mhm.
Did you actually see the shot or did you just hear it?
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him and so back around. So I don't know if you went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot, I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
So again, that's the portion where she is advising you that she only heard the shot but didn't see the shot.
Correct.
So she's advising you she doesn't know what her brother was doing.
Reasonably, yes.
During this whole interview that you had with Lori Vallow, did she ever tell you that she handed over the phone to Charles?
She did not know.
So during the initial confrontation, when it's just her and Charles and he's demanding her phone, she won't give it back to him.
Correct.
When her daughter comes out and involves herself in this altercation, she wouldn't give him back the phone.
Correct.
And she advised that he's still at that point demanding his phone.
Yes.
And again, he's there to take JJ to school, right?
Right.
And then her brother comes out and again, he's demanding the phone and she still won't give it to him.
Correct.
Did she ever explain to you why she didn't just hand the phone back over?
She did not know.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 286. Have you looked at Exhibit 286 before?
I have.
And is your initials and badge on that?
It is, yes.
And is that a copy of the full interview?
It is, yes.
So it includes whatever conversations you had about throughout that, about Charles Vallow and her views on him,
Yes,
and repeatedly that she never gave the phone back to Charles Vallow.
that's right.
State will move to admit 286.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
286 is admitted.
Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
She did not.
Yeah, never mind. Do you know who called 911?
I believe Alex Cox called 911.
We've discussed that she had multiple cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And so did you later learn that she also had Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I did.
So she has at least 2 cell phones with her, but she did not call 911.
That's correct.
After you interviewed Lori, did you have to get her and Tylee back to where the car was?
I did, yes.
Did you and someone else drive her, Tylee, and Alex Cox back?
Myself and at the time Detective, but now Lieutenant Moffett did.
So can you tell us about that?
So the interviews were concluded and we were going to get them back to the house. The search warrant was still ongoing at the house, but to get them back to get vehicles, they weren't in custody. So I obtained our victim services has a minivan because it just holds a lot of people. And we use the minivan to take everyone back to the scene instead of driving 2 different cars with people. So I drove and Detective Moffett sat in the very back. Tylee was sitting up front with me and Lori and Alex were behind me.
What was Lori's demeanor in the car with her brother and you and Moffett?
She was unaffected, not emotional. The best description I can give is that she chattered the whole way, basically back to the house. Not upset, almost not happy, but just really unaffected by everything that was going on. It was kind of striking.
Is there any acknowledgement about what had happened?
No,
Basically just talking like it was any other day?
that's a good description, yes.
Did you ever hear her talk about or say anything like, oh, I need to let Charles Vallow's sons know that he's dead?
No, not specifically. She had referenced at one point like calling people, but not that she needed to like do additional like death notification.
When you got back to the 5531 South Four Peaks place, did you see Lori, Alex, and Tylee leave in that red Kia SUV?
They did. They left in the rental car.
What did you do initially after that?
So that was the first time that I came into the house. I came just into basically the threshold first part of that room. Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were finishing the search warrant and they were talking about some of the things that they had found. And there was some initial kind of discussion between us. And then I ultimately left because I had a different case to go work on. So I left to go do something else.
Did you go back to the police station?
I did.
Around 2 or so, did you get a call to see if you could help find Lori or Alex to come back to the house?
Yes. The detectives that were at the scene that were done doing, they were finishing the scene investigation. They were wondering if I could try to get in touch with Lori or Alex to try to get them to come back to the scene, because their intention was to try to do a walkthrough and some additional investigation. So I made a couple phone calls to the number that Lori had provided to me.
So you made more than one call to that 808 number.
I believe two.
Did you leave a message?
I left a message, yes.
After you had called and tried to reach her, what did you do?
I ended up going back to the scene very briefly while they were finishing. And at that point, Alex had come back to the scene. Lori and Tylee were present with that red rental car again. And I was outside and the other detectives were inside finishing up crime scene work.
Did you ever learn from Detective Coons or Duncan that they had searched the house and they couldn't find Charles's cell phone?
When I went back the second time, the detectives on scene, Coons and Duncan, had said that they couldn't find his phone.
And you had interviewed Lori, so you knew that at some point she'd had it, right?
Correct.
And she had, in fact, told you multiple times that she had refused to give it back to Charles, right?
That's correct.
But you had never asked her, do you still have it?
I did not.
So you're at the house, you see Lori and Tylee. Did you go ask her about it?
I did.
So can you tell us about that?
I walked up to where the vehicle had pulled up. Tylee was actually still inside the car, and I asked them if they knew where Charles's phone was. And at that point, they volunteered that they had the phone. I believe Tylee pulled it out of the cup holder to hand to me. And I asked them if they knew what the passcode to the phone was, and both of them were able to give me the passcode, and I took custody of the phone from them.
Did Lori tell you anything about where she found the phone?
I think she said that she found the phone in the car.
When you were asking her about her now deceased husband's phone that she found in the car, what is her demeanor like when she's interacting with you again here?
It's the same that it's been the whole time. Pretty calm and kind of unaffected by what's going on.
Did it seem odd to you that she said that she found that inside his car when she was talking to you about having it in her hands and refusing to give it to Charles?
It struck me as a little odd, yes.
So they give you the phone and you said that you were able to get the passcode or PIN for it. Did Lori say she knew it as well?
Lori and Tylee.
And what was the passcode?
I believe it was all zeros.
Okay. Did you ever check to see if that would open the phone?
I did not.
Did you later give Charles's phone to be given to Detective McDonald?
I did.
We can have an paralegal approach with 245. Do you remember or recognize what Exhibit 245 is?
I do.
And what is that?
So this is evidence item 131035-1, and it's a cell phone in a black case. And then it's kind of common practice, the passcode's on a sticky on the phone.
Is that the phone that was given to you by Tylee with Lori there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you provide that to Officer Allness to then give it to a Detective McDonald?
So Sergeant Ulness, at the time of this, was the sergeant over our computer crime section, which is where Detective McDonald worked. And it's common practice for us to turn over items to them so they can do exams.
And does that phone have the number for this case and other information to indicate to you that it is the phone that you got from Lori Vallow and or Tylee.
It does.
So each case, is there a specific number? Each case has their own DR number or incident number?
So each investigation will have their own DR number, and then our evidence, each item generates its own unique evidence item number, and those numbers are associated specifically with the specific.
For your next big adventure, Shields is by your side. With Shields Visa,
Phone that Lori had talked to you about as the whole reason this whole incident occurred.
Right.
The state will move to admit 245.
Any objection?
No objection.
245 is admitted.
Did you later then submit a request to have an examination or extraction done of Charles's cell phone?
Correct.
And then you said use the sticky on the front to let them know how to get into it.
Correct. We'll put it, if we know it, we'll put it in the request, but oftentimes we'll put it directly with the phone also.
I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Detective Inkland, who was the case agent on July 11th, 2018?
That would have been Detective Moffett, who's now Lieutenant Moffett.
Okay. And then when did Detective Duncan when did the switch happen from Detective Moffett to Detective Duncan being the case agent? Do you know?
When Detective Moffett was promoted to Sergeant Moffett. Once you're promoted, you go back to patrol as a supervisor. So when you leave the unit, we reassign case officer responsibility to a detective that's currently inside the unit. So if somebody retires or promotes, that case agent responsibility would shift over to someone else.
Okay. Do you know when that was about?
I don't.
Was it like sometime in that year of 2019 or much later?
I don't know.
Okay. You had talked about when you got the call to come and respond to the house on July 11th. About what time was that?
It was probably about 10 or 15 minutes after the initial radio traffic. I just remember I was on the 202 going westbound and my phone rang.
And when you showed up, you had stated that Alex was seated on the curb. Is that correct?
He was the first time I noticed him, yes.
And you also stated that an adult female and Tylee were already across the street when you arrived?
No,
Oh, we weren't there yet.
no.
Okay. How long after you arrived did we arrive?
I don't know when you arrived. I just became aware of you at some point. I did not see you arrive. You were not there when I got there, but at some point you got there and I became aware of you outside.
Okay. But you weren't in the house, correct?
No,
In the morning? So where were you that you didn't see us coming up at that, in between that time?
I was in front of the house.
And was your view obscured by something?
I don't believe so.
So you didn't see us drive up, you just noticed us being there at some point?
Correct.
Okay. And when you first saw us, what were we doing? Were we talking to the officer
I believe so.
or waiting to talk to the officer?
When I first saw you, Officer Krautheim was standing with you, and it appeared like you were all talking together. I couldn't hear you from where I was at. I just noticed you.
Okay, so you saw him talking to us, but you didn't see us initially come up before when he told us to stay where we were. You didn't see that part.
I just became aware of you standing there.
Okay. And you talked about my demeanor, right? Being ordinary. Is that what you said?
Being ordinary?
You said ordinary, non-emotional, nonchalant.
Correct.
What's your definition of nonchalant?
Pretty almost detached, just calm, doesn't really matter, kind of not extraordinary.
Do you have a degree in psychology?
I do not.
Do you know what a person should act like if they're in a stressful situation?
So there isn't one way to act. There's just behavior that is striking.
Striking behavior.
Correct.
Okay. At some point when you came over to talk to me and my daughter, did we express to you that she needed her medications that were in the house?
I believe so. And that
And what did you instruct us about?
at one point, I advised the detectives that were inside of that request, but that a search warrant was happening inside the house. So we would do our best to facilitate people getting things from the house. But the search warrant's going to take precedence to what's going on.
Right, so basically that it's a crime scene and we can't really enter, but someone would try to get them for her?
Correct.
Okay, and did someone go and get them for her?
At that point, we did not have a search warrant. We weren't going to be entering the house or removing any items from the house. We didn't have legal authority to go in and remove items without a search warrant. So nothing was going to be removed from the house at that point.
But you were aware that she needed her panic attack medicine?
I was a-
Objection as to testifying and asked and answered.
Sustained, you can ask her if she was aware that she needed that medication.
You were aware that she needed her medication?
I was aware you made a request for her medication.
And it would have been non-emotional if I was trying to be calm for my daughter?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Were you being calm?
I believe so.
Was Officer Krautheim being calm?
I think so.
Were the firefighters being calm?
I didn't see the firefighters or have any interaction with them.
Were the other detectives being calm?
I believe so.
The EMS guys were being calm?
Again, I didn't see them and have any interaction with them.
But it was a pretty calm environment that day, was it not?
I don't know if I'd agree with that, but
Well, no one was running around hysterical, right?
correct.
Okay. The information that you received from the briefing, was that from Officer, is it Krautheim? Sorry, don't.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Was Officer Krautheim the one that gave you the briefing on what had happened?
So Officer Krautheim and Officer Wisbicki, who Sergeant Wisbicki now, provided information to the detectives and my sergeant that had arrived.
And then who briefed you personally?
So it's a kind of a collective conversation where the initial information is provided and then we start doing assignments, basically.
Right, so Officer, sorry, say his name one more time.
Krautheim.
Krautheim,
Mhm.
okay. I'm gonna write that in phonetically. I'm sorry. So he was wearing a body cam, is that correct? That day? Officer Krautheim?
Correct.
And so was that briefing on body cam?
I don't know.
Now you talked about the death notification to me and to Tylee. You said that Tylee and I were in the van. Is that correct?
Correct. When I came over to talk to you.
And who was with you?
My sergeant, Sergeant Lockwood.
And was Detective Moffat not with you as well?
He was not.
And so you had stated that you had asked me to get out of the van? Is that correct?
I was trying to get you to come. My intention was to get you to come out of the van. And then you made a statement that you were there. You already knew.
What did you say that made me say that I was already there?
I was asking you to step out of the van. And you said, I was there. I already know.
I already know what?
That Charles had died. I was trying not to tell you in front of your daughter.
That would have been nice, but that wasn't the point. How did I know you were coming to give me a death notification?
Can I object to speculation?
Sustained.
Did you notify me that I'm going to give you a death notification? I don't want to do it in front of your daughter? What did you say?
It would be slightly redundant to tell you I was doing a death notification if I didn't want to tell you in front of your daughter.
Why would I say to you, I already know?
Sustained. That's the form of the question calls for her to speculate about your state of mind.
So did you speak to me giving me a death notification, or was it Lockwood?
Lockwood.
Lockwood, sorry. Who spoke to us?
We were both involved in the conversation.
And what was said to us?
You said that you were there and you already knew. And at that point, shortly thereafter, I asked you if you and Tylee would come back to the station to do interviews so I could talk with you.
You asked us if we would come, or you said we're going to go down to the station and interview you?
I asked you if you would come. It was a consensual contact. It was a voluntary interview.
And is this on body cam?
I did not have a body cam at the time, no.
Did Lockwood have a body cam?
He did not. He was assigned to investigations.
So we voluntarily went to the station, is that correct?
Correct.
And you drove, is that correct?
I did.
And it was a 20 or so minute drive.
About that.
And we arrived at the station and you separated us into 2 rooms, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you ask me permission to speak to my minor daughter?
I indicated to you that I wanted to interview both of you and that we would go do the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center.
And what is the protocol for interviewing a minor?
It depends on the circumstances where you're interviewing them.
Okay, and are you a certified forensic interview of children?
I am.
And so would that be something that you would ask the parent if you could interview the minor child?
It depends on the circumstances.
Okay, and did you ask me?
I did not specifically ask your permission.
Did you ask Tylee if she wanted to be interviewed?
Can I object to hearsay?
Well, the question, I'll overrule the objection. The question is, did you ask Tylee yes or no?
I did at one point ask if I could speak with her.
Did either of us know that we were being videotaped?
I don't know.
Were we told that we were being videotaped?
No.
At that time, when we entered into the rooms, you left Tylee in there alone and came in to interview me. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long was that interview that you and I had?
I think it's about 35, 40 minutes, maybe a little longer.
And so that whole time, Tylee was in the room by herself,
Correct.
not knowing she was being videoed, correct?
I don't know if she knew or not.
And without her medication, correct?
I don't know, but I believe so.
And I was worried about her, if you recall. Is that correct?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Do you always wear your gun when you are doing a forensic interview of a child?
The majority of the time now, yes, because my assignment's different. When my assignment was in our family violence unit and I was doing forensic interviews of child victims, then no.
Did you treat us like we were victims that day?
Actually, yes.
And did you think that wearing your gun might be intimidating to a child?
No, given her age, no.
Is that your normal protocol?
An object asked and answered.
She can answer. Overruled.
For which part?
For wearing your gun doing a forensic interview of a child?
So I wasn't doing a DFI of Tylee. I was doing an interview with a witness to a scene. If it was a DFI, it would be different.
How would it be different?
So a dedicated forensic interview of a child is much different. It's structured much different. It's conducted much differently, and they're typically done of victims of very specific allegations. Physical child abuse, sexual child abuse, things along those lines. The interview with Tylee was done basically as a witness interview. I did defer some to almost like a victim status, but her interview wasn't a DFI. It wasn't done as a dedicated forensic interview. She was a witness, a potential witness to a homicide.
How long did you interview Tylee for?
I believe we talked for about similar amount of time, 30, 40 minutes.
At the time, that day on July 11th, did you believe Tylee?
I'm going to object.
Sustained.
With your experience in forensically interviewing children, did you think Tylee's demeanor was genuine that day?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you have a reason to think that she might be making something up?
I'm going to object again to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you learn during Tylee's interview?
I'm going to object right there to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you learn during my interview that Tylee came in with a bat?
I did.
And was that confirmed by Tylee?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, pretrial ruling
yeah.
hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar?
No, that's hearsay. It's sustained.
At the end of our interviews, Detective Inklin, where did you put us?
You stayed in the Family Advocacy Center until we were ready to leave.
And did you put us in a room with a victim's advocate?
I did.
And introduce us to her?
We did.
And we spoke to her?
I believe so, yes.
And then after however long that was, then you came in with my brother Alex, is that correct?
We met them outside of the Family Advocacy Center, and then we left to go back to the house.
And you stated that I chatted the whole way back, is that correct?
You did.
It wasn't Tylee and Alex chatting the whole way, it was me specifically?
You mostly.
It wasn't me just looking out the window and them talking to you?
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
You can answer. Overruled. You can answer.
Can you ask it again?
It wasn't Alex and Tylee speaking to you and me just looking out the window the whole way home?
No.
And then when we got back to the house, what happened then?
You, Tylee, and Alex left in the rental car, the little red like SUV, and I spoke briefly with the detectives who were on the scene.
Who told us to leave in the rental car?
I don't recall who told you. I just know that Alex could not take his vehicle because the search warrant was still going and the vehicle was on the curtilage of the property.
Right. So we were told we couldn't take the truck, is that correct?
I believe so.
And we were told we couldn't take Tylee's Jeep, is that correct?
Correct. It was in the garage.
And we couldn't take my car because it was in the garage as well?
I believe so.
And so our only alternative, because we couldn't enter the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And that we were told that we could come back later, but not at that time, is that correct?
At the conclusion of the search warrant, yes.
And so we were told that we could take the rental car because it wasn't behind the police tape, is that correct?
Correct. It wasn't part of the search warrant.
That we could leave and that we could come back later after we picked up JJ from school, is that correct?
You could come back, assuming you picked him up from school, yes.
Well, that's not what we were instructed to do.
Objection, again, testifying.
Sustained.
So we left, is that correct? And then you entered the house after that?
You left, correct, and I entered the house after that, correct.
And what did you do inside the house after we left?
I had some brief discussion with the detectives who were on scene and at that point left to go work on another case.
So in the brief discussions that you had with whoever this was, were you briefing them on the events of what had happened up to that point, or?
So Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were present, along with Detective Werther. There was a crime scene technician as well. And they were briefly discussing some of the artifacts that they had found in the search warrant and kind of what they were going to do. And I indicated if I wasn't needed, I was going to go work on other casework.
Okay. And then you left shortly after that?
I did.
About what time do you think that was?
I honestly have no idea.
Do you know what time we got back to the house?
I don't specifically recall, no.
You indicated that when we came back to do for Alex to do the walkthrough, that you realized you didn't have Charles' phone, is that correct?
They had indicated prior to you coming back that they had not recovered Charles's phone. So when you returned, I asked you and subsequently Tylee about Charles's phone and where it was at.
And did she hand over the phone to you right away, right?
She did. She picked it up out of the cup holder and handed it to me.
And that's where it had been pretty much the whole day since I ran out the door with it?
I'm going to object to speculation and
Sustained.
testifying.
And then you asked us for the code, is that correct?
I did.
And Tylee gave you the code, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was about what time?
It was later in the afternoon, but I don't remember what time.
And then what happens to the phone as far as chain of custody? What happened from you taking it from Tylee to where it went next?
So our computer crimes detectives work within the main station where I work. Most of our detectives work out of there. And they do the physical exams and the downloads of the phones, computers, electronic devices there at the station. Our property room is separate. It's about a mile away from the police department. So typically when we have cell phones or devices that need exams, we will immediately deliver the device to the computer crime section. Their workspace, their cubicles and workspace upstairs is a dedicated locked area. The only people that can get into where their cubicles and exam space are the detectives that work in that area. So it sounds silly. We go up and bang on the door and get in touch with somebody, and we will turn devices over to them. And then in our property section and our report management, we do what's called an evidence continuity sheet. So that shows how items travel from place to place, person to person, like a phone to a computer detective, or like evidence from the property room to the lab or something like that. So we will physically hand over items to the computer crimes detectives. Often cell phones have very time sensitive criteria as well. So we don't typically impound them straight into property. They go straight to a computer crimes detective.
Okay, so I'm going to backtrack a little bit. Thank you for that. I'm going to backtrack to, from your hands, it goes into a evidence bag?
No, it's usually in a bag. It's not sealed because we hand it over because they're going to do an exam.
So who did you hand it over to them at the station, or did you give it to someone else at the house?
No, it got handed over at the station in their workspace. They typically don't come out to scenes unless we request them. So the majority of the time we're turning evidence over to them at the station or their work area.
Okay, so just so I understand, it went from you to them.
Correct.
So you had it in your hands and delivered it to them at the station that day?
I believe so, yes.
And so according to the grand jury, it was at 3:11 p.m.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Oh, sorry.
The objection sustained.
My understanding was that it was about
Hold on,
3.
hold on.
Objection.
Let's break for the evening recess. Let's have the jurors report and be ready for 10:15 tomorrow morning, 10:15. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, you all, we will be back here probably 9:45 tomorrow. And I will see you in about 90 minutes for little Isabella Loving. Rest in peace. Her father has been arrested. $10 million cash bond bail. And as I was reading, realized he was charged with the same charges in 2014 for doing the same things to his girlfriend's 2-year-old boy. And out he went with a suspended sentence, and now little Isabella is no longer with us after being kept in a cubby, kicked in her private areas all over. They found her bruised, a gash over her eye, scabbed, scarred, and battered. Please join me in 90 minutes. We need justice. He had a suspended sentence. This is just terrible. Thank you all for being here. I will see you tomorrow morning for day 6 of Cult Mom defending herself, and see you in 90 minutes for Isabella Loving. Talk soon, my friends. Thank you for being here.